Hey everyone, I hope you're all doing great, following the 3 H's of the channel, and in this video, it's a huge compilation of some really terrifying stories that I've told this year, and maybe even last year. So, pull up a stump with me, and let's jump into it. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Years ago, I had dated a Navajo girl, and this was before a lot of stories about skinwalkers became a more common experience on the internet, especially with the traditional ones versus the other kind. But she took it really seriously. She didn't even like me mentioning whenever I would find stories about them. But this is what happened to her when she was younger. Her grandfather was pretty old, and he had a lot of land in Arizona. Her and her cousins would go exploring on it all the time. It was super fun, and they would play hide and seek and do all kinds of stuff. One day, they find a cave that's dug into the side of a trench, and as you can guess, curiosity takes hold of them, and they decide to explore it. Once checking inside, they realize that it looks almost lived in, and then they find paintings on the cave walls that seem to clearly represent each of the kids that have been exploring around the area. They run back to their grandfather, full of fear. Grandpa says that he has some work to do and heads down to the cave himself. He comes back and says that he sorted the problem, but he couldn't do anything for one of the older male cousins. They all think, what is that supposed to mean? So, a few months pass, and their oldest cousin dies in Iraq. She said they can curse you and follow you anywhere. Again, she took it very seriously, and she would also tell me sometimes about weird goings-on that they would witness on the property. She said sometimes you can even see them from the house if you looked out sometimes at night. This happened years ago when I was out hiking with a couple mates. We were in an area of southeast Adelaide. The sun starts going down, so we come back up through the gorge. We're walking along when we start to get that oh so great feeling, like we're being watched. There's a bit of a weird smell, but we never really looked at that until afterwards. It wasn't what you think it was just a smell. So halfway up, we hear something moving in the bush, and by the sounds of it, it sounds like there's 3 of them, and there's 3 of us. There's one to the left of the track, one to the right, and there's one behind us. We're standing dead still, not making a single noise. From the bottom of the gorge, we hear this ungodly scream. It sounds like a woman, but it sounds like it's screaming for help in reverse. I can't really explain it any better than that. And just after that scream, the things start to move closer, almost like they're closing in on us. We all think, well, that's enough of that, and we start sprinting up the gorge trail. Very soon into our attempted escape, we realized that we probably shouldn't have picked the steepest trail that we could find. The friend of ours who smokes is lagging behind now because his lungs are shot. He's screaming at us, "Guys, wait, come back, please." So I slow down, just to kind of reduce the space that's in between us so he doesn't get jumped, and just kind of make sure that we're all just a little safe. The things are right behind us, but we still can't see them. They're still hidden in the scrub. They're making noises like, picture a husky when it's trying to speak. And just as we're getting out of breath and getting tired and thinking that we can't do it anymore, just up over a little bend in the trail, we see the car. This reinvigorates us just enough to be able to get there. With my hand on the door handle, I turn around, and I see this super pale, human-sized thing just kind of get on all fours and slink back into the scrub. We hear it scream again, and then another one seems to copy my friend's voice and say, "Wait guys, come back. We just get the hell out of there." We try to tell people, but nobody believes me. That is, except for my sister, who has similar experience. We never went back to that gorge, and that was in 2012. So just a little note here that something embarrassing for me was that when I was younger, I didn't know how to pronounce Adelaide, so I would call it Adelaide. So I'm Bulgarian, and back in the day, we had a mandatory 4-year conscription into the army when we were still in the Union. Both my grandfathers and my father were conscripted. Both my father and his father have shared stories about the army. My other grandfather never really did. I asked my mother why one day. She tells me that he saw something unclean. I asked, "What do you mean by unclean?" So I go to my grandfather, and I ask him what happened. At first, for a little bit, he dodges the question for a while, before telling me to have a seat while sighing, and he begins by draining half a bottle of wine in one go. Like many conscripts, he was put on border patrol. He had to patrol 5 kilometers of the Turkish border, all by himself. Basically, his only friends while on patrol were his coat and his rifle. He was under orders to shoot anyone trying to cross the border and escape into Turkey. He says that he'd constantly pass through ruined farms, sometimes even villages. Either they had been destroyed in the First or Second World War, or some just became deserted because work dried up and they were too far from other civilization. And somewhere along his patrol, he'd pass through this old graveyard. That's where he met her. At this point, he starts tearing up. He says that she was the love of his life. He's crying and talking about how beautiful she had been. At this point, my grandmother heard something's going on and came up to check on us. She sees grandfather crying and hears his mumbling. She grabs me by the ear and drags me into another room. She said, "Don't let him fill your head with his rambling. I'll tell you what really happened." She said she's going to tell me the story, as one of my grandfather's friends in the barracks told her a long time ago. Every time that my grandfather would go out on patrol, he'd return, incredibly pale, cold, tired, and disoriented, even in the middle of summer, and this would be during the hottest parts even. He stopped eating. He had this vacant look in his eyes, and he's nearly unresponsive when spoken to. His mates just think that maybe he's not cut out for the army life, and they leave him alone for a while. Still, they're a superstitious bunch, and when he starts acting too weird even for them, one of them begins to think that my grandfather has been bewitched by something. They decide to tie a cross around his neck before he sets out on patrol. He doesn't even resist. He just mumbles something incoherently. When he returns that night, the cross had been torn from his neck. Suddenly, he gets a fever. He insists that he continues going on patrol. His mates decide they've had enough of this, and they decide to follow him. He largely ignores them, but he knows they're there. They reach the graveyard, and they see this woman. She's standing awkwardly near the graveyard fence with her arms outstretched on either side like a scarecrow. She was also wearing some kind of burial gown, which didn't blow in the wind. She suddenly turns to my grandfather and starts walking to him, but her knees don't bend. She just kind of floats. She awkwardly closes her arms around my grandfather without bending her elbows. They stand there. My grandfather is whispering something to her for about 2 minutes. His buddies decide they've seen enough and jump in to separate them. My grandfather goes absolutely batshit crazy and starts hissing and clawing at them like a wild animal. The woman just returns to her original pose and stands completely still, not even breathing. Her eyes are completely white. Grandpa's buddies are convinced that whatever she is, whoever she is, they aren't alive. They drag her into the graveyard where they find a really messy grave. They dig in it for a bit. It's empty. The woman remains completely still while they drag her into the grave. They decide to bury her with boulders before the soil. They return to see her standing upright in the grave. This time, they bury her again with more boulders, and she stays buried. My grandfather recovers from the fever within an hour. To this day, he doesn't actually remember anything that happened. He remembers going to her and thinking that she was just some village girl that he met on the road. He didn't even know about the graveyard. My grandfather's friends, and as well as her, believed that he was bewitched by a vampire and that she was slowly taking the life from him. This is something that happened to me when I was a teenager. I went on a hike with some friends. We were all around 14 years old or 13, and there was 4 of us. We weren't experienced hikers or anything. We were just supposed to take this basic trail to a lake in the forest. And as we're hiking, we can't find the trail anymore. We can't find the lake. After a little bit, we realized that we are hopelessly lost. We try to retrace our steps, but we can't seem to go in the right direction. All of us are disoriented. This is when things get a little weird. We were walking in circles for hours. I have a phone, so I'll try to message someone that could come find us, and no matter where I go, I can't find a signal. I can't call or text anyone. We have this stupid plan that we make up. We split up and we go in different directions, and then we come back to the same spot where we started. And only 3 of us came back to the spot. My friend Rick is now missing. He went south, so we all go that way. We are hopeful that maybe he already found the way home and was trying to get help to come get us. We walk for what felt like 2 or 3 hours. My feet hurt, my legs hurt. I'm not hungry or thirsty. I'm just exhausted and in pain. It's getting dark. We eventually start to see lights through the trees. It's bright again. It's like it wasn't evening anymore. It's suddenly a bright morning. We see the beginning of the trail. We follow it, and we found the river. We don't stick around, and we go back home following the trail, and at some point, I don't remember at which point, but we found Rick. He was collapsed in the middle of the trail. He had cuts and bruises all over him, and he was hysterical. He said that when he was walking, he started to hear screeches and some kind of growl, and he started to run, but whatever it was caught up to him. He said that he felt something jump on his back, and then he blacked out. We still don't really understand what happened that day, especially with the sky and with whatever attacked Rick. It's not as grand as some other people's tales or encounters, but when I was 18, I was going on a night hike with 2 friends. Let's call them D and M for the sake of this. We were hiking just outside of the M25, so still pretty near to civilization. We were walking up a hill, and we decided to take a break because the view of the motorway was surprisingly nice. So we're taking in the view and just sharing some banter, and then we sit down to start cooking some tinned beans, when D says that he thought he saw something run halfway across the motorway. I initially dismissed it as a fox or something, but we do decide to watch the central reservation in case it came out the other side. Dee starts getting agitated, saying it was too big for a fox or for a deer, and that we should move on to a nearby farm. M then takes out a pair of binoculars. Still not sure why he decided to bring them, but it helped us, so oh well. And he looked at the motorway. M breathes something like, "Oh crap," and then hands me the binoculars, pointing to the middle. There's this humanoid thing crawling around in the middle, surrounded by what looked like a bunch of bones. The humanoid thing stops its weird ritualistic dance almost and looks at us, literally, like right into the binoculars, like he could see us. The thing screams, and for you Americans, we were about 2/3 of a mile away from the motorway, and we still heard it. And we think, what the hell is going on here? It starts running on all fours in our direction, and it's pretty fast. We grab our bags and sprint toward the farmhouse nearby. Once we get there, we bang on the door and explain to the farmer what's going on and what we saw. He knew what we were talking about, and he let us inside before bolting the door and windows. The farmer says, "You guys go upstairs and spread yourselves out by the windows. Shout if you see it." By this time, D is almost in tears and M is shaking badly. About 2 hours later, D screams that he can see something crawling over the field. The farmer opens the window and fires his shotgun at the thing. The thing screams again. It was honestly the most horrifying sound I've ever heard. Totally inhuman, not even close. This thing runs up to the house and throws itself against the door with a heavy thud. It does this a few more times before screaming once more, and then it ran off into the field. The farmer called us back downstairs and explained that the thing is often seen in the area and it's killed his dogs. He says that the police know about it and have heard about it, but they don't want to do anything, or they claim to not know what it is. We spend the night with the farmer, drinking whiskey and trying to get grips with what we saw. The next day, he's nice enough to give us all a lift home. I still get nightmares about that thing's scream, and D has since applied for PTSD therapy, as he's had trouble sleeping ever since the event. There was some article that I can't recall about dogs being attacked by something in the area, but I don't know. If I find it, I'll let you all know. Right after high school, at the tender age of 18, I decided to take a cross-country trip before I started university. Mostly it was good times, and I mostly just camped. Every now and then, though, I obviously needed to work. I ended up finding work on a government project. I was replacing roofs on a Navajo reservation. The rest of the crew was staying in a school overnight. I decided to camp out in the desert. The first night, I wake up to sounds of somebody walking around my tent. This freaks me right the F out, obviously. I wake up in the morning to find a pot that I used to cook with was now missing. There was a yellow flower in its place. The next night, there's footsteps again. Another flower, but nothing is missing. On night 3 of footsteps, I decide to investigate. I get out of the tent and I hear the footsteps scurry off. This is getting a little weird for my taste. I yell out into the desert, "What do you want?" The next night, I decided to sleep in my truck so I could look at my campsite during the night. I stayed up all night. At around 3 a.m., I see her, a native girl about my age. She looks around my site and puts a flower on my cooking table. I get out of the truck and she runs off. And now the next night, she shows up again, but I left a flower for her. She picks it up and sits down by my campfire. I come out from the shadows, and she starts to get up, but I calm her. I sit across from her. We were miles away from anything, deep in the desert. I start asking questions like, "Who are you? Are you out here alone? What are you doing out here to begin with?" I get no answer. She stands up and gives me the follow me hand gesture. I do. I follow her. We walk for about a mile or so. I was camped at the bottom of a mesa. The breeze blowing down at night was really comfy. We wound our way through the corridors of mesas and down into a canyon. In the canyon there was water and vegetation and all that kind of stuff. She knelt down beside the stream and picked up a flower and handed it to me. In broken English, she said, "Hold this. It will keep you safe." Then she kissed me. Then I said, "Safe? Safe from what?" She let go of my hand and walked towards the canyon wall, and then she was just gone, like 1 second there and 1 second not. I had this urge to follow her to see where she went and what happened to her, but also another urge that told me to just turn around. I got lost out there that night. I tried to go back the way we came, but nothing looked familiar. I walked all night and half the day. Just before dusk, I ran into 4 Navajo men who were looking for me. They told me I hadn't shown up for work that day, and everyone on my crew just thought that I had moved on. Until one of the people at the house that we were working on overheard him saying that I had told him about my nightly visitor and the flowers. The Navajo whose house that we were working on was an elder, and he immediately ordered a search party. They told me that she was a descendant of the people who lived there before them, that they had, quote, left this world thousands of years ago and moved into another, that very rarely a portal opens up where they can cross over. The legend goes that they send a young, pretty girl to lure men into crossing over to be used as slaves. Their telltale sign is a flower. If I would have followed her, I would have crossed over, and who knows when or if the portal would have opened up, or if I would have even been able to find it. They said, and if I didn't go on my own, when the girl kissed me, it made me confused and disoriented and made me lost, and if they hadn't found me on the other side, they were going to come and take me by force. They called people like her poison women. So I had something pretty unexplainable happen when I was younger. We were driving through northern France, and my father was in a bad mood because we were lost, but he wouldn't admit it. At this point, we were just driving down old country roads. The landscape is pretty desolate and empty. There's no road signs. The sun starts to set as we pull up to a huge lake. I start to feel sick. The place just seems so far away from humanity, and there's something wrong with it. Dad thinks maybe we all just need some fresh air, so we all get out to stretch our legs. The place is dead quiet. My father leaves the headlamps on, and they shine down over the lake. Gradually, it slips into darkness. I begin to see the silhouette of a shape just underneath the surface of the lake. It's really long and just swimming about. It must have been well over 10 feet. My father says that he's not sure what it is, so I should just stay away from the water, and I immediately disobey him, being a kid, and I go down the small bank, and I poke a long branch in. He notices, shouts at me, and I turn around to face him. Just as I do so, I catch his and my stepmom's face shift from annoyance to a look of horror. They yell my name and say, "Get the hell out of there." I urgently scramble up the slope and back to the car, feeling upset. We eventually got to our campsite a few hours later. Once we got back to England, Dad tells me that he was sorry for shouting, but this long, thin thing lifted vertically out of the water. He was very confused about it. He said that whatever it was lifted 7 feet out of the water and looked like it was doing the Indian rope trick and hung its head vertically in the air, looking directly at you. It was pretty massive, so we told you to get the hell out of there. I'm not exactly sure what it was, or if anything like that even lives in lakes in France. At the time of this, I was a Better Bar platoon leader for Cav Platoon. I was at the National Training Center at Fort Benning, and for this we were in the woods at the Fire Training Exercise, or FTX for short. The FTX is about 4 days long, and it involves a lot of land nav, patrolling bases, etc. So far, it has been quite boring, as you can imagine. At about 1800, on the third day, I get a call from the company commander over the radio. He's pulling the platoon leaders in to talk to us. So I show up at company TOC. Basically, it's the CO's truck, a camp stove, and some pallets of MREs. To wait for a company commander to show up takes forever. Eventually, he does finally show up, and at 8:45 tells me and the rest of the platoon leaders that there's been reports of a, quote, really big and aggressive bear that's been following groups around the NTC. He basically just tells us that if it shows up, just to fire shots and scare it off, don't bury your trash, etc. I don't think much of it at the time. I just think that we all get our time wasted for no reason. He sends us off to head back to our PLTs on our own. And at the time, it was cloudy out, so it's pretty much pitch dark out. It's kind of creepy navving back by myself, but I'm in full warrior mode, so I do it without thinking. Op 4 is patrolling, so I leave my flashlight off. I'm following the trail back to the rendezvous point with my platoon, where they were supposed to have set up a patrol base. I see headlights off in the distance on the trail. I get off the trail, and I hide. I watch the Humvee pass by. It looks just like range control or something. I see its lights fall on something huge across the road for an instant before the Humvee rolls on. I just sit there and say, "Oh shit," for a second, and I sit in utter silence, just for a few minutes, thinking that that might have been the bear, or hoping that it was. But I didn't see anything. There was no movement. After a while, I realize that I'm probably just being a dumbass, and I get back on the trail and keep going. Nothing more out of the ordinary happens. I get around to the point where the PB should be, and I notice a chain of chem lights leading off into the woods, as well as a parked Humvee. So I head off into the woods, following the chem light chain. Now eventually, I do find the end of the chain. Somebody calls out the challenge. When you set up a patrol base, if you see someone, call out a challenge, and if they answer back with the password, it means they're friendly. I don't remember the password at all, so I just say, "It's Lieutenant," whatever my name was. The guy just goes, close enough, and lets me by. I get to the center of the patrol base, and link up with my platoon sergeant. About an hour goes by. I feel weirdly tense. I can't sleep. Suddenly, there's shouting from one side of the patrol base, immediately followed by a hail of blank fire as a whole squad lights up an area. I grab my rifle and run over, shouting for a status from the squad leader. There's no response. There's nobody moving and nobody talking. I run up to one of the sentries and I ask what the hell happened. He said that he saw someone moving about 10 meters away from their position. He called out the challenge. He said they heard somebody say, "It's Lieutenant," and then my name. So they were going to let them through because they hadn't seen me yet. The guy says the thing suddenly got close, and he had this feeling that something was wrong. He sees that this person walking into the base has really long hair and he just starts shooting. The whole squad starts shooting. And if you've ever shot blanks at night, you know that it can blind you for a few seconds afterward. When the guy can see again, the guy that called out my name was gone. We sit there, confused as hell for a bit, but I say, alright, and I head back to the center of the patrol base. Much later, I talk to the platoon sergeant and RTO, and I make sure that they're okay, and I go to sleep for a bit. I'm woken up by another hail of blank fire. I figured this time we're getting probed by Op 4, so I grab my rifle and run to the side of the PB where the fire came from. I get there, and again, almost no one is moving or talking, and I ask what's going on. The team leader says that he saw someone a little bit down the hill. They were watching, so he issued the challenge. The guy calls back, once again, with the, "It's Lieutenant," and my name. While he's walking toward the patrol base, the team leader asks what the hell I'm doing out there. The voice just repeats, "It's Lieutenant," and my name. The team leader is really confused. He says that something way taller than a normal human comes out of the bush. He's practically crapping his pants, and he just starts lighting it up. Again, the guy is gone, when everyone can see clearly where it was. I think this is kinda screwed up for something like Op 4 to be doing, especially playing head games with us like this. I go back to the center of the patrol base and try to sleep again. This time, I sleep for maybe 15 minutes before I'm woken up by real Op 4 and a big gun battle's going on. I jump to my feet, actually happy that's actually Op 4 this time. I conduct a react to contact, we drive Op 4 off, and the lane walker starts popping arty sims. The SLs, PSG, and RTO start executing according to our plan, and we set up to move patrol bases. We move about a click, and then set up the ORP, and then move into the new patrol base. We're walking around checking positions, and making sure the SLs are accounting for people. They have good accountability, 3 SLs, and I go to talk to the last one. The last one comes up, and he's just scared, looking really pale. I ask if he's missing anyone or any gear. He says he counted twice, and each time he counted an extra person. When he went back to see if the guy was in the wrong squad, he wasn't there anymore. So we pulled the guys in and asked them if they were missing anyone or had anyone extra. Everyone else says that there's nothing wrong. I figured that it's just a screw up with accountability. After an hour, it's okay to return to normal sleep rotations. I make plans with platoon, sergeant, and SLs, and I try to go to sleep. Once again, about an hour later, I'm woken up by the SL, who's SOG for the time period. He tells me that I need to come talk to some guy who's freaking out. I go over to where the platoon sergeant is. He's with some Joe who's freaking out. I ask him what the hell happened. He said that he was on the line when the team leader, who I talked to before, got up to go out a bit to take a pee. Mid-pee, he looks over to his left and down a short hill, and sees someone walking down there. He mumbles to himself, "Oh shit." The person down there cackles, his words, and he nearly pees all over himself grabbing his rifle. He says that it looked like he was made of sticks. Again, his words. And he ran like a speed skater toward him. He cackled something like, "Lieutenant," and then ran up the hill. And at this point, I'm starting to believe that the thing that we were told to watch for is definitely not a bear. The guy runs back to the patrol base, and he will not come back out online. He demands that we bring the whole platoon back to the TOC. We eventually talk him down, and things begin to quiet down as well. That was the last incident of the night. I talked to the lane walker about it. no one else was around. He just said that he believed the dude, and that a lot of weird stuff lives in the Georgia swamps. I guess it's kind of a crappy ending, but to this day I'm not sure what the hell might have happened. I used to think that maybe that there was some kind of explanation, but after hearing other people's encounters, I'm not so sure. Me and my brother hunt a lot, and this one time, in early November, we went to Sweden to hunt elk, and we rented some cabin from the association or whatever. We found a good spot in the woods with an open bearing, and we laid down for a couple hours and walked around for a couple hours, and there was no luck that day. So as night's starting to come, we decide we should probably get back to the cabin. And we get back to the cabin right around dusk. We take our gear off, do some stuff, and then we go to bed. Now, at around 1 a.m., there's this noise from outside that startles both of us. We jolt awake. It sounds as if somebody was shoveling gravel just for shits and giggles, but it was super loud for some reason. Then there's this weird gurgling noise. So we both grab our guns and load them. We try to see out the window to see if we can see what the hell's going on, but it's pitch black out. So I get the flashlight, and my brother opens the door. I hand him the flashlight, and we scout the surroundings. And then we end up stopping at the car. We see something big and hairless that's trying to skitter away from the light. It's too big to be a wolf, but from what we saw, it was definitely unlike any animal or anything that we've ever seen. We didn't shoot it, we just took aim, and it ran off. We didn't get any sleep for the rest of the night. And in the morning, there was a whole bunch of scratches on the car's bumper. I have no idea what it could have been. So I was deployed in Afghanistan as combat camera with 2/5 infantry, and it was about 3 weeks before Operation Branding Iron, if you know what that is. The night was beginning to wind down. The only guards that were on duty was this guy named Will that I actually got to be friends with after this, and a few other guys that I don't know. Will wakes me up at 3 o'clock in the morning. He looks scared as hell. He's saying, "Dude, wake up, I need to show you this." And I say, "Will, this better be really important." So I get my camis on, grab my rifle, and I go outside. He brings me to the short trench that he was in, and we're looking around, and he points over in one of the directions. And at first, I don't see it, but then, I definitely do. A couple 100 meters away, I see 2 red dots. They're about 7 inches apart based on my estimation, and we can hear a distant, low growling. And we think, well, that's gotta be some kind of dog, but no dog has red eyes like that. And then we were thinking about stories of hellhounds that we heard from the locals. And then I say, why did you have to bring that up when we're seeing this? After a few minutes, I've had my fill of the spooky stuff, so I go back to my bunk. The next morning, Will said they moved around quite a bit, and they got really close at one point. We didn't ever see them again, but the scary part is, about a month later, there were a lot of reports of these vicious attacks by a dog-like creature in the nearby village. 2 locals were even killed. I don't exactly know what I encountered, but when I was 15, I was living at this boarding school. The school prided itself on its nature that was surrounding the campus. If I remember right, it was 270 acres of wooded area. It was somewhere in the middle of nowhere, just in general. And during this time, since we're in boarding school and we have time to ourselves, some of us took to smoking. So one day, I go out to smoke, and I end up meeting up with this girl that's out there. She doesn't look really familiar, but I decide maybe she's new. So we light up, and whatever she had was terrible and smells awful, so I just let her keep it. So as we're sitting there, I start to hum the words to Come As You Are by Nirvana. I'm not really singing it though, just kind of humming it. We end up going on a walk to the softball field that the school forgets that it has. It's a really derelict looking field. The baseball field is much nicer. It's one of those really annoying parts of school, the hierarchy of sports, especially the budgets. Baseball is low, softball is even lower, and I was pitching for varsity baseball at the time, so I know the feel. So we're talking, and one thing leads to another. We're both teenagers, so we start making out and kind of feeling each other up. Suddenly, there's something just moved from one tree to another, and I don't mean walked, I mean kind of like it just kind of moved forward like a lurch, if that makes sense. The thought of making out with this girl just exits my mind. I walk over toward the trees, and I realize that me getting over there, over everything, is taking forever, and I hadn't seen anything else, so I decide to go back. That high attention span and stuff. As I'm coming back, the girl is gone. I can't see her anywheres. So I figure maybe she got scared and went back to the school. So as I'm walking back, I notice the creepiest thing. I can hear humming. It's like the creepiest dissonant imitation of someone humming Come As You Are. And then I see her. I go up to her and try to catch up. There's dark circles under her eyes now. Her jaw is uneven and almost seems a little slack. The skin on her face is droopy. I turn around and just book it back to the dorms. I get back and tell people what happened, but all they wanted to do was drug test me. They didn't believe me, but they ended up not doing it for some reason. The part that I can't get out of my head is how different she looked before and then after. The memories of the events leading up to it are kind of fuzzy even. It's weird. But sometimes after that, I swear, every once in a while, I could see her outside, and she would look at me and do the same screech laugh type thing that she did whenever we met that day. So I live in a rural area, and there's no abandoned buildings left to explore because all the old houses and barns got tore down to make room for more farming. So I do what anybody else does, and I start to explore deep in the woods. I get my gear and my Lee Enfield ready, and I head out. I drive to a forest that's pretty far from town. I don't exactly know how far. And then after that, I hike a while into these unexplored woods. And suddenly, as I'm walking, I hear leaves crunching behind me. And I think, oh great, there's a cougar behind me. So I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled, trying to see a cougar before I get pounced on it. So I'm swiveling around, and I don't see anything. And I begin to think that I'm just being paranoid, due to me being in a new area, not quite knowing the trails and everything. So I continue hiking along, and the whole time I get that oh so great being watched feeling. The hair on my neck begins to perk up, and I get a sudden feeling of dread as I enter this little area. Now when I say this, I mean like I was terrified for no reason at all. My gut felt like I was on a roller coaster, and it dropped so much I was shaking from adrenaline. I did a quick 360 scan of my surroundings. Nothing. Literally nothing. And then there's no sounds, and there's no birds or wind rustling or nothing. It's like a vacuum, and I'm mildly freaking out. I make sure that I have a round chambered, and I continue on, just wanting to get out of the area. It starts to get to dusk, so I have to make camp. I find this little clearing, and there's still no sounds in the area, not even crickets. It's like somebody hit the mute button, like I said. So I string out my canvas, and I made myself a fire. I had my rifle leaned up in a ready position, but at this point, the earlier fear was not strong anymore, and I was beginning to feel like I was okay. So I sat there by the fire, and I started to read my copy of With the Old Breed, a great book, by the way, and I get immersed in the tales of World War II and lose my awareness. Then, the dread hits me again. It hit me so hard that I threw up all over my rifle and clothes. I couldn't move or breathe. Then, I hear a young girl's voice, like right in my ear, and she's singing in a playful tone. For some reason, my body stops listening to me. I can't do anything. I'm frozen like a deer. There's tears streaming down my face. The voice is just giggling and singing. Then, it disappears. Suddenly, all the sound came rushing back. Crickets, distant coyotes, crunching leaves and everything. I was just sitting there, covered in vomit, still not being able to move. I sat there until morning, when it seemed that whatever had happened wore off, and I was able to stand up, and I just gathered my stuff up, and I tried to make the hike back. I ended up forgetting some of the stuff I left by the fire, but I just wanted to get the hell out of there. Every gust of wind that came on the way back gave me the shivers. When I got back to my car, I just hopped in and drove home as fast as I could. I don't know what happened to me, or why I wasn't able to move, but I've never been in that part of the forest again. I was out camping in the northeast, and this one particular time that I'm talking about, I ventured off the main trail to try to find a more comfy spot to set up. So, I find my spot, I eat, I poop, and then I go to bed. And in the middle of the night, something wakes me up. I figured it's some animals. But then I hear something else. It sounds like kids. I figure there must be a family camped out, but I think it's kinda screwed up that a kid would be on their own in the middle of the night, away from their parents' sight, so I get up. I follow the sounds of the kid, maybe 50 meters from camp, through the wood and brush. The kid is hiding beneath the brush, I can hear them. And then I get around it, and there's no kid. I hear this loud animal snort behind me, and then branches breaking, and something on 2 legs tearing ass off to the right. I couldn't see anything. I was spooked, but I realized that probably it was some animal and I could be hearing it wrong because I got startled and I'm disoriented. I get spooked again though when I realized that, again, there was no kid. So I walk back to my tent, and I'm a few steps from there when I realized that there are these huge claw marks. I'm talking like 3 claws that were an inch apart on some of the closest trees to my tent. They were just above head height, and I'm 6'1". I hide in the tent with my multi-tool. Nothing happens for the rest of the night, especially me sleeping. I leave as soon as it's light out. I stop at the very first local bar that I can find for immediate day drinking. The old man at the bar is Mexican, and he says, "You okay, son?" I tell him that I was camping, and I got no sleep. He said, "Oh, why is that?" And I tell him what happened. He gets a serious face, and he says, "My people tell legends of things in the forest, but this is strange. They don't usually bother people. I'm telling you, don't go out into the woods without protection. I know I don't, 'cause you never know what's out there. For a few months when I was a kid, I would stay with my grandpa, and he decides to make me do some manly things to put some hair in my chest and to show me what being a man's all about. One of the stuff we do is one morning we go to pull some weeds to sell to the nurseries. We go out fishing for dinner, and he teaches me the different types of trees in the area and how to gut a fish. Now, we're out by dawn, and we load into his pickup. He brings his shotgun, 'cause America. We drive out into the mountains for a while. The area goes from clear to impossibly thick with fog in moments. My grandpa says, "Aw, damn, keep your ass inside, son." He leaves the truck with his shotgun in hand, and he says, "Get your tree-hugging ass out of here, you damn idiot," and he fires the shotgun at something that I couldn't see through the fog. He gets back in the truck and says nothing. He pops open a bottle of root beer and hands it to me, and then one for himself. The fog disappears by the time we finish our drinks. He just keeps driving like nothing happened. Rural Alabama is such a different sort of place. So my granddad was Romanian, and during World War II, just after Romania switched sides, he joined. His platoon is assigned to sweep a sector of forested area in the eastern Carpathians for rumored Iron Legion hideouts. This was after the Nazi regime was overthrown. Grandpa was a grade A scout back then, always taking point during patrols. He was an outdoorsman, survivalist, and huntsman. There was no radios for them back then, so they used voice signals. They would chirp or make animal sounds in some kind of pattern to relay basic info. They were sweeping up one of the last sectors that was assigned to his platoon. It was a cold October morning. There was a dense blanket of fog covering the area. He was packing his crappy Soviet gun, wearing his heavy battle dress uniform. He was trying not to freeze his balls off while waiting for the rest of his squad to catch up to him. It's early morning. The sun is barely rising. The sun rays are still too weak to pierce the fog curtain. The forest is still. There's no sound of his approaching squad yet. This is fairly normal, he figures. He's been ranging 3 to 4 kilometers ahead, and the rest of the squad might have trouble following his trail markers. He whistles a couple of signals, hoping to catch the ear of his squad mates. Everything is still for a couple seconds. Then, he hears a reply coming back from the mist. A sharp whistle. The sound seems a bit muffled, and the direction is off, but he writes it off as the squad might be approaching from a different direction. About 10 minutes go by, yet he still can't make out any sounds of his approaching squad mates. At this point he starts feeling a little bit anxious. They had no trouble so far. There was no sightings of any hostiles or anything like that. Yet his instincts are telling him something's off. 2 more signals make him come to attention. The sound is coming from a completely different direction now, and it seems to originate from a position closer to him. He sends out a challenge phrase, but there's no reply. At this point, he switches the safety off and hunkers down behind the roots of a gnarly oak. The signal comes from the south now, more whistles. Then from the north, the east, and then the west. There's whistling all around, each signal starting off as another one ends. He is obviously shitting bricks at this point, thinking that he's surrounded by some hostiles. He wonders why they haven't opened fire on him, and he wonders where is his squad. The whistling stops as abruptly as it started. He's in a cold sweat at this point. He sees movement in his peripheral vision. About 10 meters away, there's a silhouette, something is peeking out from behind a tree. There's thick fog, it's barely visible. He freezes. The feeling of dread and primal terror, as he describes it, overcomes him. He feels like he should run off screaming into the mist, hoping to find his squad. A scratching noise can be heard from behind the tree where the thing is peeking at him. He's trembling, just sitting there, unable to move or say anything, as whatever was hiding behind the tree just is staring him down. He snaps, and he opens fire. The huge silhouette just vanishes behind a tree, and more whistling can be heard. Grandpa runs off in the opposite direction. He's just noping at this point. He runs through the fog, screaming like a madman. He nearly gets shot as he runs into his squad mates after 10 minutes. They asked him where the hell he was because they heard his signals from all over, in patterns that didn't make any sense. He tells them that it wasn't him, and that he had encountered hostiles, the same thing. His squad is very unnerved by this, so they decide to report back to camp. They got back to camp, reorganized, and redeployed with bigger numbers in the area, but they didn't find anything further. He never went scouting that far ahead again, though. To this day, Grandpa doesn't understand what the hell he saw out there, or what the hell happened. I'm from Alberta, Canada, and I live way out in the boonies, and I've never seen, like, a cryptid or anything personally, but I think I may have encountered one last summer. I was out camping with friends, and there was a shitload of booze, and everyone was drunk as hell. Some drinking a little more, some drinking a lot less, just like all these kind of experiences start. It's getting late, and I realize that I haven't gone to the bathroom since we set up camp. So I go a ways into the forest. I'm thinking like 20 feet or so, because I don't like to pee when I'm being watched. So I'm standing there doing my business, and then I hear whispering from a few feet in front of me. I try to look around, but I don't really see a whole lot. So I just finish my business, and I turn around and I start heading back. And then something smells. Like, really smells. And I don't mean your typical smell. I mean, like, I checked my shoe to see if I stepped in something. It was really rancid. And then I realized that I couldn't hear anything. Not that there wasn't any noise, I just couldn't hear it. Like, I could see my friends talking, but I couldn't hear them. And again, I wasn't super far away, I could just hear them a second ago. Then I realized again that I haven't moved a muscle in 30 seconds. I've been standing still and just kind of in a trance. So I snap out of it and I jet back to my friends. I pretend nothing happened, and then I go back to the party. The rest of the night, though, I kept seeing stuff darting in and out of the trees at the corner of my eye. Something would peek behind a tree or crawl along in the darkness. The next morning, though, we pack our stuff and we leave. Nothing paranormal happened since. I don't know. What do you guys think it was? So back when I was a teenager, I was camping out in the woods with my stepdad and his best friend. The fire begins dying out, so we need to get more firewood. My stepdad stays at the camp while me and his friend go look. We walk down this steep hill that's congested with brush. We can barely see the light from the withering fire. We come to this clearing where people were making camp earlier. We find a bottle of fire fluid, or whatever you call it, and then the 2 million candle power flashlight that we have begins to dim. And this gives me the heebie-jeebies right off the bat. The flashlight is pretty much done. We're hitting it, trying to get some use out of it. Suddenly, We hear twigs cracking in the opposite direction. I say, "Joe?" And he says, "Yes," from the opposite side of the branches. I ask him to shine the light over to where the twig snaps were, and then he yells, "What the F is that?" There's a large humanoid figure with reddish eyes that's very close to us. I yell, "Joe, let's get the hell out of here." Joe takes off and I'm right behind him. We're running up the hill. The campfire is nearly dead. We can still hear whatever that thing was coming behind us. It's definitely not human. I take out the lighter and the lighter fluid, and I squirt it where I saw some ashes, and there's a big woof kind of noise. This fireball almost reaches the tree line, and I'm just crapping my pants. I look around, and there's nothing. I dive into my tent, and then, after an hour, I seem to eventually pass out or something. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of noises outside the tent. I was hoping it was just a skunk, and I was right this time. It hadn't sprayed yet, so I didn't notice it sooner. So I get more firewood, and then I walk back down the hill to that creepy encounter. The flashlight's working fine now. I see these weird prints in the direction of the thickest part of the forest. I follow them for about 12 steps, and then I nope out because the space between the prints widened by about 5 feet. Whatever that thing was, it was super tall and super fast. Lesson learned: stack up on firewood before nighttime. I have no clue what it was, but it was so close to us that I heard it breathing. So I live in Ireland, and we have our own nature of spooky stuff going on here. I headed down to the country with 4 of my friends to a house that this one dude's granddad's brother's friend owned or something, I don't remember. But I do know that it was in the absolute arsehole of nowhere. Just to get to it, you have to find this really crappy road on this crappy farm between a bush and a wall and force your way down like it was the Amazon jungle or something. So we spend 3 or 4 days there drinking and doing dumb stuff that teenagers do with a free house. So we're on day 5, and we're bored and we're hungover. We're wandering about the surrounding area of the house, the fields, and the hills, and it's just forest as far as you can see. There's sweet nothing out there. Suddenly, though, the generator dies. And I mean dies, as in super useless, broken forever kind of thing. The thing was probably from the 50s or something, so it was bound to die one day. We take this opportunity to do some spooky outdoor stuff. We're going home the next night anyways. We light this really crappy busted up barbecue, and we eat all the sausages from the fridge because they'd go bad otherwise. Duh. So after all that, we screw around some more, and then we go to bed. And then, at about 3 a.m., I wake up to go to the bathroom. I stumble about in the dark using my phone as a light, so I'm doing my business when I hear a bark outside, like a big chunky wolfhound or a dog bark. Okay, that's weird. I figure that maybe a farmer has a collie and it's chasing a lost sheep or something. That happens pretty often. But then I sit there for a second. It's 3 a.m. and it's absolutely pissing rain outside. That bark would not come from a collie. There's no sheep farmers nearby anyways. I go downstairs to see if I can see something. Darkness. I decide to forget about it. I go back to bed. I wake up again later to a loud metal thud outside. My friend David also heard it. We come to the conclusion that the weather knocked over the barbecue. We shuffle downstairs to check anyways. The barbecue is indeed knocked over, but it's also torn to shreds. Like thick pieces of metal, like a chunky fence or something, just pulled apart. We both are a little weirded out, like, what the hell? He tries to go outside to check it. I tell him, basically, I can't let you do that, Dave. Dave is obviously easily convinced not to go outside. We go back upstairs. The metal clanking continues. We figure it's just the barbecue, or what remains of it, rolling in the wind. I try to sleep, and I obviously cannot. The rain and the wind are deafening now. I start talking to Dave. He's also wide awake. We're trying to figure out what happened to our barbecue. We joke about maybe an escaped exotic animal. Our friend James walks into the room without knocking and says that he's been awake since 2 a.m., hearing weird stuff all night. We say that we have too, but we ask him why he waited till now to tell us. We hover around the room, bored and honestly a little scared. We start hearing a dull thunk outside. It sounds like somebody is banging on plywood. We sheepishly walk downstairs. David and James go to the kitchen, and I, having shoes on, am volunteered to walk outside in my raincoat. And it's absolutely pouring rain still. I walk to the barbecue, which is now up against the wall. I have a really short wander around the house, and I walk back in. Dave and James are freaking out in the kitchen. They say, "Did you not effing see that?" I say, "No, what's out there?" They describe to me this beige-haired dog bear that was casually walking through one of the bushes surrounding the house. I'm absolutely convinced that they are just screwing with me. I say, "Right lads, if you're so sure, let's go find it." I end up basically having to drag the both of them out there in the night. My fourth friend is just out cold, asleep, very heavy sleeper. They insist on bringing kitchen knives, and I say, "Alright, go for it." I angrily march them off into the woods and the fields to find it. I've never been so livid and determined in my life. It's like 4:30 a.m. and they want to start pulling all this stuff. And then we smell the disgusting smell of cow poop and meat as we walk out. It's the country, so we don't think a whole lot of it. The rain begins to ease off at this point, but it's still utterly blackness except for our phone lights. The next thing that happened is the bane of my nightmares, and I still think about it constantly. We wander a shortish distance into the forested area. It's so dark, and our eyes are slow to adjust. It's freezing cold, and I'm wandering in the rain and mud, thinking, what the hell is my life? Dave suddenly yelps and starts bolting back to the house. James follows. I'm apparently dumb. I just stand there. I turn slowly to the right. Standing over the body of what I think was once a dog is this 6-ish foot tall, beige-skinned, short-haired, blood and rain-drenched literal Dogman. It smells like what wet dog would smell like after 40 years of fermenting. I have no ability to move or do anything but stare, my mouth open. I am frozen entirely. I don't know why I didn't run. Dave said he was screaming for me to come back to the house, but I don't even remember hearing it. It rears up and makes a noise I've only ever been able to equate to the noise that Kurt Cobain makes at the start of the song Lounge Act, except it's opening its mouth and kind of shaking as if it's trying to scream. I still have no ability to move. It looks like what I can only describe as confused about my presence. It takes a single movement forwards, and my brain reminds me that I have legs, and I turned and ran so fast I smashed my foot into a rock and broke my toe, and I didn't even notice until later when I was indoors. We sit there in dead silence, soaking wet. The last friend, Liam, comes down and looks at us. He says, "Where the hell were you guys and what were you doing?" I give him the summary, the lowdown of the events that happened, and shortly after that, we decided that it was just time to go home. We're not staying the night. We just start shoving stuff into bags. It's so dark in the cabin, since there's no power, that we end up forgetting most of our stuff. We stand at the front door for what feels like forever without going outside to the car, too scared. We all agree to bolt at the same time. We didn't even close the door. We drive off and arrive home at like 8 a.m., drenched and exhausted, and we never told anyone for months, maybe even a year after that. Still got no idea what any of that was. My only theory, or our only theory, is that it smelled the sausages and barbecued meat and came for it, but when it was gone, tore apart the barbecue. I don't know. So this happened to me and my friend way back in 2013. We were out in the desert riding quads. We were trying to track down this old mine. We were looking for cool rocks and maybe a cool artifact or two. After some time, we locate one that's shown on the USGS topographic map that we have. The entrances are covered with gates and all that kind of stuff like you'd imagine. They smell nasty, like it smells like sewage coming into the main entrance. The mine has been taken over by bats. We break off some neat marble from a nearby outcropping and move on. We look for another mine I heard about from a guy at a local rock show. Supposedly, a good place to find nice malachite samples and the occasional piece of native copper. This other mine was supposedly a few miles from the previous one, kinda tucked away behind some rough terrain that keeps most off-roaders and casual explorers away. It's off my map, so I need to try to remember the landmarks and directions that he gave me. Sure enough, there is what was at one point an old access road for a mine, pretty much where the guy said it was. The road has been pretty much destroyed over the years, with several parts of it collapsing into deep ravines and washes. I've been riding since I was a small child, so I'm quite experienced with rough terrain. My buddy has been off-roading for several years as well. We still get to a point where we have to hop off the quads and continue on foot. We have to scramble through some rough terrain for about an hour, but eventually we find the mine. My buddy doesn't like going underground. He wants to sift through the tailings instead. He says, "I'll stay out here in case you get trapped." So I enter the mine and I make sure that we have our walkie-talkies so we can still stay in contact. It's a pretty good sized mine. Everything looks pretty solid and there aren't any unusual smells. I get about 50 feet in, I pass by a few minor side passages, I find some old minecart tracks and stuff like that, so I follow them. The tunnel splits, I follow the tracks and I find some old rusty piping. I also find a few old boxes, labeled Apache Powder Company. The boxes look mostly to be full of dust, but there are a few sticks of dynamite inside. I don't know if they were any good or not. I don't want to risk accidentally setting off unstable old dynamite, so I head back to the fork and I take the other tunnel. And I find what I was looking for. I find a pretty cool malachite deposit. I work at it with my pick and I eventually get a sweet chunk of fibrous malachite out. I put it in my backpack and I follow the tunnel back until it stops. And I notice a small room in the back. It's nothing much to see. But then I suddenly catch a giant whiff of, you guessed it, death, something decomposing. I look around, and I don't see or feel anything obvious that would tell me where the smell's coming from. There's a small exploratory tunnel in the back that looks to have partially collapsed. I shine my light in to check it out. There's a dead rabbit that's torn to pieces inside. It's still in the process of decomposition. I decide that the mine has been fun, but I'm done with it now. I radio my buddy to say I'm done and that I'm coming out. I hear him yelling something down near the entrance. I ask him what he's yelling about over the radio. He replies that we don't need to use radios if I'm just dicking around near the entrance. I reply by telling him that I'm probably a good 100 feet back in the end of the mine tunnel. There's a pause, and then he comes back talking much quieter. He says, "Man, there's something moving near the entrance." And I sit there. I tactically shit my pants. I ask him if it's a coyote or anything. It's barely out of the range of his light, and he's not going past the entrance, but he's quite certain from the shadows that it's definitely not a coyote. I say, well, shit, I'm trapped. He says that he'll try and hit it with a rock to scare it into a side passage. I get my rock pick ready. I'm really wishing at this point that I had brought my gun. He gives me a 3-2-1 countdown, and then there's a pause. Suddenly, there's a loud scream that echoes through the tunnel. It's deep and ragged. My buddy yells that it ran into a side passage, and he doesn't have to tell me twice. I'm already running. I'm running as fast as I can through the tunnel without tripping. The entrance is in sight. My buddy is visibly freaking out. I glance into a side passage as I run past, and I catch a glimpse of eyeshine and something pale and hairless. My sprinting intensifies. I meet up with my friend and we both take off. We can hear something thrashing around in the mine. I no longer care what it is. We cover the previously hour-long hike in maybe 15 minutes. We jump on the quads and ride away faster than was safe. We make it back and we decided that, well, we probably don't need to visit that one again. I still got my malachite though. We did end up checking it out again. This time, we were armed. Somebody seems to have collapsed the entrance, and there were a bunch of warning signs posted in the area. It's possible that there's still a vertical shaft somewhere that's uncovered, but to my knowledge, nobody's gonna get into that mine ever again. So I'm gonna be straight up with everybody. This is a Goatman story. I didn't know what a Goatman was until recently when I saw some of other people's stories on here. So, here we go. Back in 2012, we used to have bonfires every night. I'm in the Marine Corps Reserves, so while I'm home, I work as an Ohio State Trooper. Anyways, a bunch of my buddies and I were having a bonfire. We got everyone at my house around 7 p.m. or so. Then, we loaded them up into our vehicles, one of which was a Chevy Suburban. There was a Jeep Wrangler and a Ford 350 there. The spot where we have our bonfire was a mile back on some land that I own. There's this dirt path that we take down to the cabin. It starts out as going in between two fields, then through the woods, then it dead ends at our cabin, and our cabin overlooks a creek that eventually dumps into the Scioto River. We had about 24 people, packed into 3 vehicles and stuff. The Suburban is mine. We set off driving through the woods. It wasn't a big deal. But as soon as we got to the area, I stepped out of my vehicle, and I could smell that god-awful smell, that decay kind of smell. It just smelled like death, like an animal of some sort was rotting in the woods nearby. Everyone else said they could smell it too. I didn't think anything of it at the time. It's not uncommon to find a dead deer or something this far back in the woods that someone shot and couldn't find. It was the end of September, so hunting season was in swing. I started the fire, and I didn't think too much of the smell. We all eventually just stopped smelling it, almost like we got used to it. We played beer pong and had a generator going into the cabin. So my friend of mine, named Ryan, had been telling me that the girl that I had brought with me kept asking stuff about me to him, saying how much of a gentleman I was, so I knew that night I was hopefully going to get laid. Anyways, the fire was dying down, so Ryan was going to go get wood with a few buddies of mine. I had them take a radio with them to radio me if they needed help. The fire started getting real low, and it had been about 30 minutes since they left. I go on the radio. "Hey, where you guys at?" "Dude, chill. I'm on my way," Ryan quickly responded. They came back later with a lot of wood, got the fire going again, and then it eventually started to get late. People wanted to start going home, so after everyone left, only 8 of us remained. The girl I liked, Sarah, Ryan, David, and another guy, and 3 other girls. David, the other guy, and the girls were wasted as all hell and were flirting with each other. I continued to chill at the fire with Sarah and Ryan, talking about just random stuff. So, this is the point where it gets real late, around 2 a.m. The 3 girls, David and the other guy, went down to lay down in the cabin. Sarah and I stayed outside and talked for a while. Eventually, we started making out. I stopped when I heard this crackling sound outside. I looked over and I could make out a figure walking around near the tree line. I yell out, "Hey, what are you doing over there?" And then I hear, "Dude, chill. I'm on my way." This figure responded. It sounded vaguely like Ryan, but I swore Ryan was already in the cabin. Maybe he had walked out when I was occupied, but that didn't make sense. I said, "What?" He said, "Dude, chill. I'm on my way," in the same inflection. My hair raced up on the back of my neck. Sarah responded, "The hell?" I said, "Sarah, go inside and wake up everyone." She didn't hesitate. I walked over to my SUV, popped the trunk, and grabbed my gun. For some reason, I was shaking, and that smell was back again. I swore to myself, and I shoved the mag into the rifle and sent a round into the chamber. I walked around the SUV to where I saw the figure in the woods, and couldn't see it anymore. About this time, Ryan walked out of the cabin and looked at me like I was stupid. He said, "Dude, why do you have a gun?" I asked him, "Were you just out in the woods?" He told me that he had just woken up and had no idea what I was even talking about. I told him to take everyone back to their cars and come back with a gun. He got everyone into the SUV and they drove off. I sat there by the fire for a while, looking around me. I had a spotlight by my side, one of those 1,000,000 candle-watt power ones. I couldn't help but thinking that it was somebody trying to play a trick on me, but when you live 8 miles away from a prison, you can never really be too sure. The death smell was starting to get almost repugnant. I felt like gagging. I heard something walking through the woods again. I grabbed the spotlight and I stood up. I waited for a moment, and then I saw it again. The figure walked out of the woods and stood there looking at me. I flipped on the light. Its back was now turned to me, staring into the woods. I said, "Hey, I have a gun. You might want to tell me who the hell you are before I lay your ass out right now." Not a single word came out of the person's mouth. I swore again, and I started to walk closer. The person asked, "Dude, why do you have a gun?" Because Then I stopped mid-sentence. I started to think about what it said and what Ryan said. It was mimicking Ryan. It repeated it again, but this time sounded closer to Ryan. I raised my rifle on the guy, and I said, "Ryan?" Its neck shifted a bit. It looked unnatural. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something about the man looked wrong. I heard music playing in the background, and I could see headlights coming through the woods. "Who are you?" I asked. The figure turned around and looked at me. Its facial features were all off. It looked like the other guy that was with Ryan, but the voice sounded like Ryan, and it stared at me with that weird mouth agape looking thing. I said, "Who the F are you?" I flipped my rifle off safe. Something in the fire snapped and made a loud noise, so I flipped around to see what was behind me. Then I snapped back to where the person was, and they were gone. I swore again, looking around for them. About this time, Ryan was parking the Suburban and getting out. He put a gun in his waistband. "Dude, what's going on?" he asked. I started to fill him in on everything. Then I asked him if everyone was with him. He told me that everyone in the cabin that was in the SUV, the other guy, Sarah, and the 3 girls, they were all with him. We sat by the fire and started waiting. The weird smell had went away for the time being. It was around 4 a.m. now. Sunlight should be coming up in just a few hours. At that time, the death smell had came back, stronger than ever, to the point that Ryan gagged and threw up. I got up and looked around, waiting to see the figure again. A few moments passed, and then I could see something on the ground coming out of the woods. I turned my spotlight and shined it on the figure. The man, who I had seen before, was on the ground, rolling around. Ryan said, "What the hell is that?" and he pulled his pistol out. We both stared at the man roll around for a good 20 minutes. Then he stopped and just laid there on the ground. The fire outside illuminated the figure through the window and the door. I could see it standing there, twitching. Sunrise started to come, but I could see the figure walk away from the cabin. I ran up and opened the door and walked outside. By this time, the sun was starting to come up, but it was still hard to see anything outside, except for the man. He started walking toward the woods, shaking and doing a weird twitch type thing. I shouted. The figure stopped and turned to look at me. I fired a round straight into its head. I seen the man drop like a rock on the ground and start twitching. I swore at it again, and I kept a bead on him, waiting for the twitching to stop. What happened next, I still can't explain. It's like after a few minutes, the thing was done acting, and it stood up, and then walked off into the woods like nothing had happened. I lowered my rifle and watched as he made it to the tree line, turn around to look at us. I didn't see any wounds, nothing. His face was untouched. The smell went away, totally. I couldn't smell it anymore. The man smiled at us and walked into the woods. By that time, we ran to the SUV, got in, and got the hell out of Dodge. We never spoke about what happened to anyone and feared that they would think that we were mental. I've been back to the place countless times now, and nothing. There's no smell. There's no evidence of anyone else being there besides me. I'm not sure if the thing, Goatman, I guess, has gone away, or if it just moved on to somewhere else. I don't know anything about them, so who knows? When I was 20 years old, I was driving from Washington to Idaho, and we got stuck in traffic at 11 o'clock at night. My boyfriend and I decided to take a different way to avoid all the traffic. The GPS told us that this other way was faster, and it ended up being some really dark roads, no streetlights, no other cars, just miles of nothingness and trees. We proceeded up this horrible road. I started to get a bad feeling in my gut. We take a slight bend, going about 50 miles per hour. A girl was just standing on the side of the road, staring. She had to be about 10 to 12 years old. We drive a bit more down the road. There she is again. My boyfriend and I just look at each other, and we're thinking, what the hell is all this? The road is on a cliff now that drops about 3 feet from the road. We take another bend. There she is again. My heart is racing in my throat. She runs in front of the vehicle. I yell at my boyfriend. As soon as the car gets to basically touch her, she vanishes. At the end of the road, she is standing at the stop sign, waiting. We get closer, and this awful grin just appears on her face. We decide to run the stop sign and continue on our trip. Never again am I going to take creepy pitch black roads that are through the woods and on cliffs ever again. Now, I'm going to add a personal note here, and this is just a theory of mine because, again, personal experience. But every time that girl wasn't on the road, she was probably in their back seat. I'm from Australia, Adelaide, if you're wondering. Now, you can call it whatever you want, but since a lot of people have been calling them a Goatman or a skinwalker, that's what I'll call it. Anyways, my mates and I are a bunch of dickheads, and we get a kick out of scaring people. We're pretty familiar with the surrounding area, in particular Mount Barker, where we would drive up to whenever we could. It's great there because a lot of people go camping, and quite often they go out on some of the trails to explore and look for paranormal things at night. So, this was a few months back. I brought a voice recorder with me, and it was a pretty good quality one, and we decided to pretend that the skinwalkers, or whatever, were after whoever went up the trail that we were hiding around. We brought an ice box full of PB&J sandwiches and beer to keep us company. Eventually, we all split up. One of my friends went a lot farther ahead and hid, while the other was closer to where I was. The general idea was that once the group passed me, I'd record something that was said, and when they reached the farthest guy, he'd make some creepy noises and move the bushes to scare them into going back. Then, my other friend would shake some trees in front of them to make it look like that the monster had caught up to them. We waited for 2 hours, and our patience paid off. A group of 5, 2 girls and 3 guys were heading up the trail. I turned the recorder on. One of the girls ended up saying, "This place sure is creepy. We should go back." And I thought this was brilliant. I turned the playback volume way down and messed around to get the recording to start at those exact words. I'm not really paying much attention for a few moments until I heard the screams of the girls. I turned to look and noticed that they were noping away pretty quickly, especially when my other friend also made noises in the bush. They were pretty terrified too when I played the recording back pretty loudly, and soon enough we were all going around chugging beers and laughing at those guys. Anyways, my friend who was way up ahead mentioned that they had got scared before he even did anything. He said that he didn't shake the bushes, which we thought that it meant that they were just scared to begin with, nothing much. My other friend was a bit disturbed by that, saying that there was a funny smell further up the trail, but I just told him to stop being a pussy. As we kept drinking, we couldn't help but notice that there really was a smell in the air. It was like that smell from the stories, kind of rusty and dirty smelling, almost like battery acid. We were pretty freaked out ourselves, so we started looking around us, and that's when we saw it. It was 8 to 9 feet tall, pale and gray, but it was dirty and almost black in other areas. It was standing hunched over, just about 100 yards or so away. Its arms were so long, and they were moving a little bit, just in really unnatural ways. We tried to quietly get up and leave, but then it stood up, a lot straighter, and it let out this noise that sounded like the scream of a fox, but just deeper and spookier, probably because of what it was. It didn't seem to care about us, or even care that we were there. It just slowly slinked away into the shadows, but we still get the hell out of there. As we're heading back, we hear the same cry behind us, and then just noises of small gurgling, weaker and shorter versions of that cry. It almost seemed like it was trying to make sense. I read in one story that someone said that it was like a dog or a cat trying to speak, and that's pretty accurate. Either way, it didn't follow us. The next day we found the group of people we'd scared had got their stuff together and were leaving. It turns out that what scared them wasn't any of us. They had seen us in the trees, and it turns out that what they were running from was the pale figure they had seen behind him. We don't really do that in general anymore, and my friend has stopped trekking and going outdoors. All the times that people bring up it sounding like a person, or someone says that it could just be an animal, it just makes me think that it can probably mimic animal calls too. A few years ago, I took a trip to Scotland, and I decided to go hiking at one point, and then I ended up staying the night in this bothy. I lit a fire in the fire pit. I sat down to light my pipe, and I was just looking forward to a very quiet evening that was peaceful. A few hours later, at around 7 p.m. or later, someone knocks on the door and asks if there's room for one more. I answer the door and I greet the guy. He seems friendly and nice. We sit by the fire and chat for a little while, when eventually, a few hours later, he stands up, shakes my hand, and says, "Thanks for the company tonight. It's been nice to chat to the living for once." I laugh a little bit and bid him farewell. Later that evening, when I was settling down to bed, it struck me. Why did he show up that late at night? Why did he leave even later? Why did he say the living? Then I realized that I actually didn't hear him leave. The rest of the night I just stayed up looking out the window. So this happened a few years ago. I was way out in the woods with my brother and one of my best friends. We went walking down this path that's hundreds of years old, and we do this a lot at night. We come out to this clearing that's in like a semi-big field. A funny side story is that there seems to be a dispute between the local farmers which one owns the field. One time we even got chased by an old farmer with a big gut on a quad bike, and no shirt on, mind you. So anyways, we're standing there, smoking some cigarettes and just chilling. And all of a sudden, this ridiculously thick mist rolls over the field in the space of like a minute. We're all a bit spooked, but we think it's pretty cool, looks all spooky and stuff. We can't see 15 meters in front of us, not even exaggerating. I try to spook one of my friends who is a little bit freaked by running out into the mist. When I'm out there though, I hear this god-awful cackling, or laughing, coming from the other end of the field. It kind of goes up the hill, and then back down, and then the other side. It sounded like it was going in circles. This really disturbed me. All of a sudden I can't find my friend or my brother. After about 5 minutes, I find my brother. We think it's our other friend making noise. My other friend comes out of the entrance of the field. He said that he was a little miffed at us for trying to scare him, so he ran all the way back to the entrance so he could scare us. Then, what was making the noises? We ask him. Suddenly the mist rolls out of the field just as quick as it came in. We're all like, what the hell happened here? And the noises are gone. There's no more cackling. We walk back to the car, which is about a good half hour. The whole way, we hear rustling, snapping of branches around us, and shadows all the way back. We don't sleep well at all that night. So I'm Greek, and in my country they have conscription, so I was conscripted. I got stationed at a mechanized infantry battalion near the Turkish border. All the facilities were pretty crap, to be honest. despite being located inside the larger brigade camp. The place was pretty depressing, to be honest. There was fog, crows, sharp cold, and gloomy skies at all times. My company's in charge of a guard duty in one of the forts at the border. Imagine a small apartment, a bedroom with 6 bunk beds, a kitchen, a water closet, a tiny living room, and an officer's quarters. So, we were at the morning report at our base camp. Staff Sergeant asked for volunteers for a week at the fort. I've been in the military for some time, and I thought I was the shit by then. I raised my hand all like, oh, I would be honored, sir. I was thinking it'd be cool to get away from my sadist captain's screams for a while, and I'm still regretting it. We depart at 1700, and it's already dark when we get to the fort, half an hour later. The driver nopes out and leaves in a hurry, and I think, oh, well, that can't be good. So, another private buddy of mine, and a loner from a nearby battalion because we were short on people, were all there, plus this aforementioned staff sergeant. We were guarding the place, which pretty much means that we walk up and down the dirt road in front of it. The staff sergeant says that the guard duty begins at 2200, so we can feel free to screw around until then. He's a pretty cool guy. The staff sergeant is watching TV, the loader guy is cleaning his rifle, and my buddy and I are just outside chatting. He's been there before a few times, and he asks me if I know about the night visitors. And I say, the what? Supposedly, decades ago, an entire squad committed mass suicide for some reason, and it was in this very fort, and they apparently still roam around at night. And I say, oh, yeah, right. I wave it off as your garden variety, army too spooky story. So, the guard time comes. My buddy guards first, then it's the loner, and then I get the third shift. First 2 hours go by without incident. My buddy comes back, wakes up the other guy, and tells him to get ready. I can't sleep, so I suggest that we watch some late night TV. My buddy agrees, and goes to get a bottle of water from the kitchen. The other guy looks pretty nervous for some reason. Nevertheless, he suits up, he grabs his rifle, and heads outside. My buddy is still not back from the kitchen, so I go to look for him. The kitchen is in a separate room behind the main building, so I have to go outside. I don't want to get all dressed up, so I just put on my boots and a jacket. I head outside, and I see the flashlight beam dancing in the fog in the dirt road in front of the fort. Our protocol dictates that there are no lights of any kind allowed during guard duty at night. I'm a little pissed because this is the loner guy and he's going to get the rest of us in trouble. Fortunately, the staff sergeant is sleeping. I skip down the front steps, ready to give the guy a piece of my mind. My legs are freezing because I'm not wearing any pants. The guy's got his back turned to me. He's standing still, just outside the main gates. His flashlight is aimed at this shadowy figure in the fog. I stop walking, and I just stand there for a bit. I think it's probably just my buddy trying to scare the guy. And then I hear my buddy, "Hey, get your ass over here. Dancing with the Stars is coming on, and there's going to be some babes on there." I turn around to see my buddy at the door of the building waving to me. I turn to the other guy and I yell, "Hey man, get the hell away from that thing." The guy drops his flashlight and runs back inside with me. The three of us are just standing at the door, looking at a pitch black figure that's really tall and has long arms, walking slowly in front of the flashlight. The staff sergeant wakes up and he's storming out of his room like, what the hell's all this noise about? We're speechless and scared. We point to him and tell him what we saw. It's no longer there. Naturally, he didn't believe us, and the next 6 days were really hard. It felt like a whole month. Sorry for my English, it's not my first language. When I was younger, I lived in Ushuaia for a couple years, when my parents left to work, they would leave me and my sister with a family who would take care of us until they came back. They worked in the city, and we lived a couple of minutes away from the city, and you can't leave two kids alone in a literal winter death trap. Their family lived in Ushuaia for almost 40 years, and to scare us whenever we were misbehaving, they told us that if we keep doing bad things, the Luz Mala, or bad light, would come and take us away. A disc will come down from the skies, and a tall blonde man will knock on the door to take you away. They loved blonde children like you and your sister. I never forgot about this for 20 years. So when I was at my job, I was feeling kind of spooked about it, just randomly. So I asked one of my co-workers about it this morning. He lived in Ushuaia for 25 years, and he told me that it wasn't that weird seeing blonde people that you have never seen before, buying supplies in big quantities and leaving for months. Ushuaia had a population of around 15,000, so you kind of knew everybody in some way or another. When asked about who they were, they told them that they were scientists doing some research in Antarctica, so people didn't pay much attention. But later, after other researchers arrived to the city, a conversation about the German scientists arose. When questioned, the scientists said that they actually weren't aware of any German group currently working in Antarctica, and that it was pretty much only them. After that, people stopped asking questions about the Germans, and whenever they arrived in the city, they would just try to leave them alone as much as possible. As you are all aware, military involvement in this zone is kinda high, so it was assumed that this is something that civil people didn't need to dig around too much. I would like to remember more, but I was just a kid there. But I have to wonder if there's some correlation between the big disc and the tall blonde men. When I was 19, I started my military service as a comm trainee in Finland. There was lots of in-the-woods exercises and lots of night patrolling. This one time, it was a week-long exercise in a big forested military area, and I got the first gate watch at 2 a.m. This was just after we got the squad tent set up. There were no lights allowed to be used at night, only the night goggles. Taking a pee or anything, or finding your way back in the dark was a huge pain. But I was at my guard post, and luckily there was another MP trainee there as well to keep me company. So we're smoking a cigarette and talking about our girlfriends and stuff like that. It's pretty quiet out. Everyone who isn't patrolling should be sleeping. It's pretty boring, if I'm honest, and we're just playing around with some night goggles. Then the MP is going oh cool, I can see everything and all that. And then we hear rustling in the forest on the other side of the road that we were sitting on. We see a large, dark, humanoid figure, just for a second, that's very slowly in between the trees. We tell ourselves that it's probably somebody just walking around or whatever for some reason. We should do the password challenge. So we yell the challenge. There's no response. We yelled it a second time. Again, no answer. I put on my night vision goggles to check, but now I can't see anybody. Now the trees were so thin that you'd definitely be able to see somebody if they were trying to run away or trying to hide. But there was nothing. The MP radioed to the guard base to ask if somebody was out doing a routine. They replied with, "Not that I know of, all our guys are sleeping. I don't know who it is." It felt super weird that the guy just vanished in a couple of seconds. Everyone had stories of their night patrols, seeing shadow people and other weird things like that in the dark, and people who didn't respond to the password challenge, and then when you looked, there would be no one there. Nobody was dumb enough to open fire and wake everyone up because, well, then we'd all have to be staying up. I didn't think much of it until later, when we kept seeing things, more than one sometimes, of people just in the trees, or figures just in the trees, just out of our eyesight. I don't know what they are, but I really don't think that it was our brain playing tricks on us. Basically, being posted as a guard, alone, in the middle of the night in a forest, is pretty unreal. So I was camping in the Rockies in mid-October a few years back, and this is the first time that I was actually scared out of my mind. I decided to go camp overnight, and I drive up the mountain, and I chill for a while, and then I set up camp. And not too much happens during this time, but it's close to dusk, and I'm still out. So I don't have my flashlight, because it was a clear night with a really bright moon. After a while, I stop where I am, and I start to head back to camp, because it's getting hard to see in the thick trees. Suddenly, it feels like a vacuum came over the whole area. That silence that feels like the air is solid. No insects, outdoor sounds, or leaves, or anything. Every hair in my body is beginning to stand up. I feel staticky. I stop in my tracks. Absolute quiet. It's that stuffy, suffocating silence. I see the leaves rustle on the ground, but I can't hear it. I can see the trees moving in the wind, but there's no noise. Then I smell it. Gallons of blood mixed with coins. You know what this might be. My goosebumps have goosebumps. I'm as tense as I've ever been. It's that deep, instinctual fear, like nothing I've ever felt, goes up and down my spine. I know something is watching me. Something old, big, and powerful. I stay still for what seems like hours, all the while knowing that I'm being sized up. It knows that I'm there. I take my rifle off my back. I always have a gun with me when I'm outdoors. I have it low and ready. Suddenly, there's a big snap behind me to the left. I fire twice at the spot where I heard it. I hear an angry, prowling growl, and the trees about 35 yards from me. I can tell whatever it is big. I know what bears and cougars sound like and feel like when they're hunting you. This is different. I book it back to my camp where my truck is. I hear it following me. I run. It runs. I'm almost dying trying to keep my breath steady and trying not to crash into anything in the dark. Luckily, the moon's out. After running and stumbling forever, I'm back at my truck. I leave my tent and supplies. I drive off the mountain that night. I decide to go back the next afternoon. My tent has been shredded. It's in rags. My food and supplies have been ransacked. But the latches are open on the containers. And there's handprints everywhere. It wasn't an animal that did this. It had hands. I have a weird story. I've disputed in my head what happened, but my skepticism hasn't really kept me from wondering. So, here goes. I was 18 at the time, and I was fresh out of high school. I grew up in Southern Cali for most of my life. My parents and my grandparents used to live up in Northern California. My parents inexplicably moved here when I was a few years old. I faintly remember visiting my grandparents. So, in the summer of 2012, before freshman year starts, I was going to college. I planned a last hurrah. I proposed going up north for a week and camping. I remember my mom asking me where I was headed up north, and that I noticed that she tensed up a bit. She said, "All right, here's some extra gas money. Have fun," and walked off. And I was thinking from then on that my parents were acting weird. The day of the trip, I was loading up my crappy SUV my duffel bag, lanterns, tents, stakes, cooler, etc. My father steps out. He says, "You going to be sleeping in those?" And he points to the tents. I say, "Yeah, what other option is there?" He says, "I don't feel right having you sleep exposed in those things. You remember Grandpa's place?" I tell him that I vaguely remember it. I do know that my father had the place put under the care of a house sitter, free of charge for lodging, utilities, and amenities as long as they maintained the place. He then asked if I was going alone. I told him no. He stepped back inside, and he comes back out with an address and a Plano case. And I knew what was in there, but he had 3 Plano cases. He said, "This is for bears, whatever you encounter in the woods, and feel free to do some plinking if you want to. Ammunition cans are included." I commented that there was a lot of ammo for just a week of camping. He shrugs it off, laughs, and I say bye to him and Mom. So there's 8 people on the trip. There's Garrett, Britt, Tay, Frey, Herb, Amory, Elle, and me. My car can't accommodate everyone, so we have a second one. We agree to meet up at this fast food place near the I-5 on-ramp that'll run up through the state. The drive up north is very uneventful. We're listening to music, joking around, and Garrett yelling the song lyrics to the songs out the window to the people that we were passing. In plenty of time on the road, Garrett is riding shotgun. He eventually asks me where we're headed. The place is called Ruth Lake. It's a sizable body of water. You can look it up if you want. It's a heavily forested region and sparsely populated. It's an absolute mess of forests and back roads, most of them needing 4-wheel drive cars or off-road to traverse. The place is a 10-hour drive total. We arrived by nightfall, and we were all exhausted and sore. The country club or cabin, whatever you want to call it, had all the lights on. The house sitter was still there. I never really interacted much with him. Mike was his name, and he was older than all of us. We all dump our stuff onto the floor, and we would sort it all out in the morning. Mike asked how my dad was, and we talked about that for a bit. Everyone called dibs on beds, sofas, and recliners that they wanted to sleep on. Mike had his own separate room. Our dinner was pre-packaged that night, too. Being a bunch of young adults, we stayed up playing cards, swapping, and reminiscing old memories. Mike had long gone off to bed. Herb was complaining that there was no Wi-Fi, and I asked him, "What the hell did you expect out here?" By the way, Herb is kind of a weird guy, but he's the brother of Tay. I probably should have clarified relationships earlier. Elle and Amory are siblings. It's time to hit the hay. There's only 2 restrooms with showers. We let the girls go ahead of us. Us 4 guys are in the living room chilling, talking about what to do tomorrow. I propose that we hit the trails. A sudden scream erupts from the restroom the girls were showering in. Everyone rushes to the location. Elle and Amory burst out, clinging to their towels. Everyone's a little shaken up. There's a foul stench coming from the restroom. The shower water is all brown. Mike reassures us that it's probably just rust, but that doesn't explain the garbage smell. We decide to check the water cistern that's located a ways out from the house, maybe 25 or 30 yards out. It's pitch black out, but the full moon provides us some light. The visibility is poor. We bring lanterns and flashlights along. Tay and I climb up on top to check the top ceiling gauges. Everything looks normal. We open up the seal. Everything is normal again. Tay and I are up on the cistern, about 15 feet off the ground. As we're climbing down, Garrett yells that he saw something dart along the tree line. His idiot yell caught us off guard, and Tay ends up planting his foot directly on the side of my face instead of the ladder rung. I fell down, not enough to injure me, but enough to tick me off a little bit. Garrett's saying he saw something reflect the light as he shined his light along the tree line. I asked Herb if he saw anything. He said that, to be honest, he wasn't paying attention. I tell him that it must have been... Actually, I realized that I didn't know what it could have been. What kind of animal would be out tonight? A raccoon or a fox, most likely. We noticed how profoundly quiet that it was, just standing there, scanning the tree line. There was no crickets or sound, only wind rustling the redwoods and pines. I felt a few goosebumps. I can't say the same for the rest of them, though. Mike came out and told us to come inside. We let the water run for a few minutes. The smell eventually disappeared. Everyone got a shower and headed off to bed, except Mike and I. We chatted in the kitchen, away from the others. For a guy my father entrusted our property to, I barely knew him. It's always hard to sleep the first few nights, he said. I asked him what he meant. He said, being here. He was pretty knowledgeable about the area. He spent most of his time by the lake fishing or hitting the trails. I still felt a bit uneasy from tonight. I asked him if this region had any particular interesting facts. I was subtly prying for information. He mentioned that the whole county was once Indian territory. I wish I could remember the names of all the tribes, but I unfortunately don't. And this definitely should have been a red flag, but I brushed it off. I decided I was getting tired, said goodnight, and I went off to bed. I was bedded next to Elle, and I dozed off. The car alarm in my SUV goes off. I use my cell phone as a light and find my car keys to press the lock to silence the alarms. It was all quiet, except for the wind against the window panes. Everyone must be still asleep, so I laid back down. Unfortunately, my mind was still racing. I checked the time. It's 4 a.m. I just have to wait, I guess, because I can't fall asleep. The morning is uneventful. We have breakfast. Everyone's organizing their things and preparing to walk down to the lake. There's not many people, just a few boaters. I'm having a good time in general. I think we all are. Herb suggests that we put those case of guns and ammo to good use and go plinking. I tell him that we'll do it when we head back. We stay at the lake for a little bit because the girls weren't done and want to stay a little longer. Herb is flirting with Amray. The guy has a poor history with women and is very socially inept. Herb walks off. He never did handle rejection too well. Now here's where things seem to escalate. Herb was gone for a while. We decided whether we ought to just wait for him here or head back and hope he figures it out. We waited and waited some more. It was 3:45 now. We chose the latter. We end up going back to the lodge, and we see Herb sitting on the porch waiting for us. He's grinning all weird, like an idiot, and we're wondering, where was he? He says, hey, we should put those guns to good use and go plinking. So I change into some clothes that are more appropriate for hiking. Herb didn't change. He's still in swim trunks, sitting on the porch steps, head turned, watching us. I think, whatever, he's weird anyways, so it's probably just something. I grab the Plano cases and ammo cans. Tay tells Herb to change out of his now dirty clothes. There's no reply. We're walking down to the forest trail, and we notice that Herb is really lagging behind. He's wearing sandals, and his leg movements are just off. It's like he's stomping over every rock and elevated ground. Elle asks me where we're going. To be honest, I was unsure myself. I was just planning on walking until we found an ideal spot along the trail that we could set up some targets on. So we find a good spot, we start plinking away at the targets, and I notice that Herb has been a little distant still. I ask him if he wants to try. He declines. He starts flirting with Amory again, asking her to go for a walk. He gets declined, but doesn't mutter under his breath or just sulk and walk off. He just stares blankly at us. His shoulders tighten up. It's starting to get dark, so I decide that we should head back. He's lagging behind, and he's not even carrying anything. So we keep walking back to the lodge or cabin or whatever, and by this point, I turn my head to look at him, and he's 20 feet behind us. But we just say, whatever, and we just keep walking. He's getting noticeably farther and farther behind us. I yell back to tell him not to fall behind. I look back again, and I see him crouched on one knee. I figure, whatever, he's being weird. He'll catch up. He's an adult. The trees are thinning as we exit the tree line. I see two figures on the porch. It's Mike and Herb. Except Herb isn't wearing his swim trunks. How the hell did he get ahead of us? Now, Herb has done something like this before. Back in high school, he was a big fan of Halloween, and he would love to find weird ways to circumvent the campus and pop out from a corner or pop out from another way or something. He yells to us, "You guys left me at the lake. What the hell?" I tell him this is impossible. All of us look really confused. I tell him that we're sorry and that we at least waited for him when he stormed off. We think it's a bit weird, but I try to change the mood, and me and Tay joke about the girls going in to make us dinner, which is a total joke if you know us, because Tay is actually a super good cook. So we decide to have dinner on the patio, and we enjoy the evening. The food isn't ready, so I start cleaning the guns that we shot. Garrett and Herb are lighting up cigarettes nearby. The girls are giggling and talking about whatever girls talk about. I'm just scrubbing the barrels down thoroughly and oiling any moving parts. I smell this odor. Iron, decay, something like that. It must be the gun cleaning chemicals, so I set them down and I walk off a few feet until it clears. I realize now that it's stronger. I take shallow breaths and feel like retching. Garrett and Herb smell it too now. It overwhelms the cigarette smoke. We can't eat out here with that smell, so we pick up our guns, the parts, and cleaning materials and head inside. Britt says that there's a smell coming from the restroom. It's the same metallic smell with decay. I ask Mike if it's the plumbing. Could it be the septic tank, or the leach field? Mike went to his room and brings out an over-under shotgun. I didn't realize he had one. He just says, "You never know." And I think, oh, okay, that's weird. And then he steps out the door. I decide to go with him. And man, was it ever dark out there. The moon was out, but it wasn't much help this time on account of the trees. Mike tells me to stick by him. He said it's easy to get disoriented out here at night. I'm starting to become paranoid, like I'm being watched, and I'm starting to imagine things. Like every imperceptible noise is louder. I should have brought along a rifle. I'm kicking myself mentally. The odor hangs in the air. It's getting on my nerves. Mike's nose is scrunched. I shine my lantern and flashlight around, walking on the dirt road leading from the cabin out to the septic. There's not a word spoken between us. Mike stops and directs me to shine the light at the tree line to our left. As I did, I heard movement, but I didn't see a damn thing. Mike had his shotgun shouldered, and just like that, the smell dissipated. I ask him what it was. He says, "Maybe just a raccoon. I think we should go back. The smell is gone anyways." I hear a noise to my right from the tree line while walking back. I shine my light. I say, "Mike, there's something over here. You're the one who's got the gun, man." We keep our eyes fixated to the right along the tree line. We start hearing this guttural sound behind us. I tense up and do a quick 180. It's Herb, except he's standing in the middle, a few yards to the tree line. He's so pale that it stands out in the darkness, just standing there with that same grin on his face, just still wearing the dirty swim trunks. I say, "Dude, what the hell are you out here for?" There's no reply. We just stare at each other, and then he says, "You guys left me." We're standing there staring at each other. Something is definitely not right. This thing is not Herb. It bolts in the direction that we were headed, back toward the cabin. Mike swears and starts running parallel to the tree line. I'm running at full sprint, chasing after the both of them, but I'm busy keeping my eye to the ground to keep track of where I'm going. I seem to have lost him. Herb, that is. I run us back both to the edge of the cabin. We barge back into the cabin to find Herb chain-smoking with Garrett and everyone waiting for us. I ask if anyone came into the cabin. Everyone shakes their head no. I tell Herb that we need to talk. I ask him some questions. He says that he's been inside the whole time. Garrett and the others vouch for him. I gather up the men, and I explain the weird stuff that we saw, the smells. We agree that something's weird, off. We consider our options. We can stay the full week and let the girls have their fun. We can hunt whatever it is out there, or try to. Or we can leave, head back, or just go somewhere else. We have 3 guns, 4 with Mike's. In hindsight, we made a bad decision. One spurred on by male teenage confidence. See, it is. Someone asked about the girls. I say that we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So we eat dinner, and everyone else seems to be having a good time. Mike and I are silent. The rest of the night is uneventful. After dinner, we just go to bed. I, of course, wake up to the car alarm once again. I immediately know the cause this time. I find the car keys and turn the alarm off. There's absolute silence. I lay my head back down, wide awake. Tay sits up from across the room. He whispers, "Did you hear that?" Somebody was on the porch. We couldn't see outside. It was too dark, and the blinds are drawn. There's a rasping noise, and then a thump. And I think, please, just let it be an animal this time. We both discreetly get out of bed, go for the guns that are located by the front door. Tay and I are both crouching in the hallway in front of the door, weapons in hand. I have a scopeless PSL 54. Tay has a Remington 1100. We sit there quietly, focused on the front door. The rasping ceases. The thumping ceases. The silence is more nerve-wracking than the noise were. I feel like vomiting. My heart is skipping beats. I've begun trembling. I'm scared crapless. I whisper, "Where is this thing? Why isn't it making a move?" And then we both hear something run across the roof. We race to the kitchen patio door, just about tripping over some bags and causing mostly everyone to wake up. I shout to everyone to stay where they are and for the guys to get flashlights and the other gun. The girls are confused as to why we're acting and scrambling like this. We've been trying to keep them out of the loop as long as possible, but I guess not anymore. We get out into the patio, still too dark to see anything. We use the flashlights and lanterns to sweep the darkness. We decide that it's best to go back inside and stay within sight of each other. The girls demand an explanation. I start talking and recounting the stuff that's occurred. I get laughed at by Britt and Frey. Having always been the most superstitious type is freaking out, huddling with Tay. Elle and her sister Amri are just blankly listening. Britt says, "So you guys are gonna hunt whatever it is out there. I want to see this. I think you've been in the city for too long." I tell Garrett to try to explain it better to his girlfriend. We contemplate leaving immediately. Mike steps up, tells us that there are hotels that the girl can stay at, but the distance is about 60 miles out in Weaverville. The only option is to keep the girls safe and out of the way. We wait until sunup and we have a light breakfast. We pile the girls into the second car and send them off. This is the only time I'll leave my wallet with any of them. And I think, well, now what? We spend a good amount of time during the morning sweeping the woods in formation. Herb, since he doesn't have a gun, just has a shovel or entrenching tool. It's around noon. We must have walked down the trail a good few times, so we start heading back. We return back to the cabin by 3 p.m. and settle in. We're all bored out of our minds. We have 2 people looking outside the windows and we rotate them. We have lunch and discuss our predicament. I'm kinda mad that this trip has turned into this. Garrett wants to tie whoever or whatever it is up and snuff out his cigarettes on it. Herb is joking about Sasquatch or Chupacabra or whatever, and Tay just seems to want to go with the girls. Mike appreciates the help and the company, but yeah. Did we have a plan at all at this point? No, you're damn right we didn't. So we start thinking. We could bait it with spare meat in the fridge, light a fire pit, and put those unused tents to good use. Or we could just annoy the shit out of it by blasting obnoxious music with our stereos directed toward the woods. Patrolling the woods was a waste of time, but obviously this thing has been coming to us the whole thing. We end up not doing anything into the evening, just sitting around, playing cards and listening to music. And then, the power goes out. Our flashlights turn on and we use the lanterns to illuminate the rooms to a limited effect. Mike thinks the breaker box must have tripped, and the main circuit breaker box is outside, around the house. And we're thinking, okay, we have to go out and get that on. Who volunteers? No one. Okay, we all have to go. It ends up being me and Mike again. We leave Tay and his brother inside so that they can continue to watch the door and window. We reach the breaker box and there's definitely nothing right about it. All the breakers have been tripped by hand. We are crapping our pants. We commence to resetting them to limited result. Half the lights in the house are back on. Garrett shouts an obscenity addressed at whatever it was out there. Basically, he's offered the person or thing or whatever it is out there one good sodomizing, compliments of him. We crack a few laughs. It definitely helped the mood. Aside from this, not much happened afterwards. Every now and then, we would hear a guttural yell or something would bang on the door or dart off into the woods, but there was no shootout. There was no running off into the dark in pursuit of quarry. We loaded up the car in the morning. We had about enough of the place. We drove to Weaverville to meet up with the girls. We treated Mike to breakfast, and we asked him if he would like to come with us. He declined, actually, and wanted to be dropped off back at the cabin, despite all the recent happenings. The man's got a pair of balls on him, I'll give him that. I spend the next few days in Kern County, camping out there. We return home, drop off our friends, and unpack. Dad asks how the trip was. I tell him everything. I asked him about why we moved down here, and about Mike. He says, well, now you know. It's a pretty cryptic resolution, but they said that Mike was a drifter, that they welcomed into their lives and put a roof over his head. And he gets to stay there, so they don't have to worry about it. My friends and I went our separate ways to college. Occasionally, when time permits, we get together, but we aren't going to go back there. We don't talk about it in depth unless one of us is drunk. So this may not be a typical cryptid encounter, but it does show how the wilderness can be very unforgiving at times. This happened when I was 18. I have lived in the woods for most of my life. This particular time, I was out camping with my dad and my younger brother. We're all pretty familiar with the area. We all have good wilderness skills. We're only about 10 miles from civilization. this was supposed to be a quick trip. So we had gone out for a short hike at dusk. We were looking for firewood. My brother steps off the path to grab a piece, and we don't hear him crash back on the trail afterwards. Seriously, the kid can be loud as hell. Elephants stampeding through a marching bands make less noise. We figured that he's just answering nature's call, but for 5 minutes we hear nothing, so we become a little bit concerned, since he's only 15. We start calling for him, yelling his name. We start moving in the direction that he headed off. It's seriously dark now. We stop and get our flashlights out. All of a sudden, the area is filled with this dense fog. We're all confused. This area is never foggy, especially not this time of year. We try our best to stay calm. We keep looking for him, following the search and rescue protocol, calling, waiting for a response, then calling again. We search for hours. There's no way he could have gotten this far in just 5 minutes. At one point, we're calling and we get a response for 5 minutes. Then, when we get close, it stops. This happens 3 more times in different directions. Eventually, we get lucky. We find him cold, dehydrated, and very exhausted. It was 90 degrees out that night, and he was freezing. He swears that he stepped off the path, turned around, and was back where we left him within 5 minutes. Then, he stayed there until we found him again. And sure enough, it is the same point on the trail, the point that we had covered several times. Not only that, but we weren't that far from camp. We were a straight 1/4 mile back. But it took us the rest of the night hiking to get back to our camp. Everything looked different. We couldn't find it until daybreak. What the hell happened? Were we just that ill-equipped for the fog? Why did my brother seem to be responding from different points in the woods? Were we seriously looking for him for 5 hours, and then another 7 or so hours trying to find the camp that should have been right there on a straight stretch of trail? We were hiking in one direction the whole way back to camp. In 7 hours, we surely should have came across something. I live in South Africa. This happened way back when I was 16. The local church had organized a youth camp to a place called Dundee. It was a farm town in South Africa. We're going to be staying on this farm that gets used for school excursions and stuff like that. We get there on a Sunday night, and everyone's pumped for a good time. Some of the kids from the local camp come with us, and there's a few kids from other various cities. There's like 62 of us or something overall. The girls and boys get split up so no funky business goes on. Us guys spend the night getting to know each other and telling funny stories. Eventually, that time of the night comes where we start trying to tell scary stories that we've heard to try and scare each other. My one bro tells the guys about the Bloody Mary legend. The local kids are in a pretty remote area, so this creeps them out, and we laugh about it. Back then, it was about the time that Harry Potter was popular, and being the moviegoer that I was somehow ended up trying to learn the Parseltongue language. I knew a little Latin from some of the hymns, so I just missed random words and hissed and just scared everyone. Some of them got so mad that they decided to just go to bed. Then, my one bro tells us this story about a South African urban legend called the Tokolosh. Apparently, it's this guy who basically wanders around, haunting people. Once he starts haunting you, he never stops. He never leaves you alone. He'll come to you in the middle of the night and stare at you for 3 nights in a row while you sleep. If you wake up, he kills you. The accounts on how you can die from this vary, from him taking your soul to straight up cutting your heart out. Now, I might be a black guy in South Africa, but I was raised by my white dad, and my black mom was raised by her Portuguese grandma, so I have little knowledge about South African folklore. I laugh it off, but it seems that everyone but me knows about the Tokolosh, and they're visibly creeped out. We all go to bed after this. The next day, some of the guys tell their girlfriends about what we did last night, and it seems that the girls did something similar. We get split into 4 groups of boys and girls. There's usually 4 of us in a group. We get told that we're going to do some activities and we have to compete against each other, and to be honest, this was the least of our concern. We were just there to have fun. That afternoon, my bro needs to use the restroom, and the closest one has no working lights. He goes in and starts doing his business. I wait about 3 minutes and I decide to prank him. I turn the water on in one of the basins and go to the door and scream Bloody Mary twice. He flips out and runs out, pants down. I start laughing at him. I was a bit of an asshole like that. He laughs it off and goes back to finish, but I ended up doing it again, so he doesn't go in with me afterwards, obviously. That evening, we're all sitting around the campfire and telling more stories. I do the parcel tongue thing again and scare some of the girls. We all laugh. One of the counselors tells us another story about the Tokolosh and claims that some farmers working nearby died because of it. We call BS on this. He says, "Okay, I'll show you." He takes us to a fenced clearing about 100 meters from the dorms, and there are fresh graves there, 4 of them. We definitely nope out of there and decide to go to bed shortly after. The next morning, some of the girls complain that I was crawling around in their ceiling, speaking my parcel tongue. I was legitimately asleep, and the counselor lets them know that there's no space in the ceiling to crawl around in. It's impossible to get to from the boys' dorm anyways. I would have had to go through the counselor's rooms. And then someone asks, if it wasn't Rick, then who was it? We're all starting to freak out a little bit. The whole day, we're just joking about it, but the local kids don't want to talk about what's happening. Finally, one of them tells us that this is how some of the Tokolosh stories go. Then he asks if any of us have messed with any type of ritual. I tell them that I did the Bloody Mary thing, but never finished it, and I kept swapping out with Biggie Smalls and all this other stuff, just as a joke. He says that might have had an effect, but he doubts it. We get told we have to pack our sleeping gear because we're going to move locations after climbing this large hill the next day. That night, one of the guys wakes up feeling cold and wants us to close the window, but none of the windows are open. He looks out and sees a shadowy figure moving near the small cemetery. He flips out and wakes up. We see the shadow that's humanoid just kind of shambling along the ground. So we're pretty freaked out. We start praying. I'm not super religious, but I prayed like a choir boy. The shadow moves into the woods, and we basically huddle there till morning. We were so scared that for the rest of the night, we ended up going to the bathroom in buckets just so we wouldn't have to leave the dorm and go outside with that thing. Morning finally comes and nobody wants to talk. I ask one of the girls why they're so quiet, and it seems that they've been hearing the parcel tongue-like voice once again. We tell them about the shadow, and it seems that they heard voices around 126 to 256. We saw the shadow at 3:05, and it left at 3:13. We're all collectively terrified, but we start chilling out because we remember that we're moving camp locations. To do this, we're going to ride a tractor pulling a bus-like trailer to the base of the hill, but then it breaks down halfway there. We leave it and have to walk the rest of the way. We see the tractor heading back and realize that it was a prank to make us walk and apparently stop being lazy. The hill takes much longer to climb than we expected, but we push on. It takes 7 hours for the whole group to make it. At the top, there are tents already set up. Our sleep gear is there. They tell us that we're going to spend the night there, and I think that's stupid. We want to nope all the way back home, but it's cold and dark out. Even if we were to get back, there's nowhere else to go. A few of the guys get together and come up with the if something happens plan. We decide that we're going to grab the girls from our group and bail all the way downhill on our own. We're not too worried about the rest of people, they can sort themselves out. Coming up with this plan seems to ease us a little bit, and we even chill out and start joking around again. We're all chilled after being there for a few hours, and we're sitting around the campfire. One of the camp cooks tells us that his son had passed away recently. We ask about it, and it turns out that his son was one of the people that was allegedly killed by the Tokolosh. Well, so much for calming down, right? We decide that going to bed is the best way to go. We go to bed at like 9. At about 1, 3 of us wake up, and it's super cold. I look up and realize that I'm not in my tent. My cushion, my sleeping bag are all out in the open. And I think, oh, real funny, guys. I move my stuff back into the tent, but the other guys have no idea why that they're outside also. We go back to sleep, but an hour later, the same thing happens. But this time, there are 7 of us, including girls outside. I realize it was only us who made the SHTF plan. We told no one, not even the girls that we were going to save. As we're taking our stuff back in, we see a shadow moving a girl out of her tent. I want to just yell, but I can't move. My friend starts yelling, and that makes me start yelling too. The girl wakes up and screams. The shadow runs off into the woods. The counselors decide to call for transport so we can leave, but this time the tractor is broken for real. One of my friends asks about the plan, but I tell him why would we risk going off into the dark by ourselves. We decide to arm ourselves with sticks and rocks. No one has any weapons. We are all too scared to sleep. We see a shadow moving in the distance, but it didn't come closer than that. We also hear that parcel tongue-like voice until near dawn. At first light, we pack up in silence and nope our way back down to base camp. We call the guy who brought us there and tell him that we all want to go home. The shadow was the closest thing to something like a cryptid or supernatural that I've ever seen. It kept changing for some reason. I have trouble recalling what its face looked like. I later heard that those who see a Tokolosh never remember its face, just a shadow. I avoid dark alleys and never go in a woods. I don't know what that was, but I don't want to find out. Why did it take us out of the tents? Who sabotaged the tractor? I don't know. So I have a few stories, but I'll do the one that scared me the most. I spent the past few months at this time accruing leave. I was working at the Jungle Warfare Training Center, way up north in the island. This island being somewhere near Okinawa, Japan. Work was really fun for me. I don't do a whole lot, but occasionally I teach other snipers on how to camouflage and work in the jungle. I had just gotten broken up with by one of the cute locals, and I was pretty bummed out, and I really didn't want to go to work with that on my mind. So I decided to use 2 weeks of leave that I had. We were in between training cycles, and a new sniper had just come to the JWTC. I decided I wanted to go on a camping trip near the border of the training area, technically outside of it. But I had told a few friends where I was just in case anybody came looking. There's no guns in Japan, so I couldn't do what I wanted to do, but I figured I would make the best of it. So I pack mostly food, a small pocket knife, a small thermal scope, a one-man tent, and a life straw. Oki is very rainy during this season, so water wasn't a concern. I also had my friends leave a few MREs by the wire so I could grab one if I needed it. I'm very experienced in this terrain, and I wouldn't recommend most people do this. Now that I've been out, I think that the whole thing was definitely me not thinking straight, just wandering off into the jungle like that. But, like I said, I was stupid at the time and I wasn't in the right headspace after being broken up with. I had planned for a 5-day trip and I head out at midday on the first night. I spend most of the day just traversing the jungle and avoiding the highways. You're not exactly allowed to just camp in the jungle, but not many people visit the area, so it wasn't a huge concern for me. The sun starts setting through the trees, and the dark and gray clouds with the silver lining start rolling in. We're in for a nice rainstorm. So I set up my one-man tent and I crack open an MRE that I grabbed. I have this old iPod Nano that I bring into the field with me, so I plug in my headphones and I listen to some ambient music. I always keep a nudie or a swimsuit mag in my kit, so I whip out my sleeping gear and I get ready for the night. I start flipping through the pages of the swimsuit magazine while just listening to my gentle hymn of whale noises and stuff, and I hear the soft raindrops hitting the top of the tent. Life is pretty good right now. I feel at peace, so I doze off. Suddenly, I wake up to a huge weight hitting my legs. It hurts, but the rush of cool water soaking my jeans and shirt feels so much worse. I check my watch. It's 0200. I unzip my tents and look at what fell on me. The rain is absolutely horrendous, and after a few seconds, it feels like I just got out of a pool fully clothed. A good-sized branch had landed on my leg, ripping the bottom half of the tent to shreds. I turn my head, and right then, I see a pale girl staring at me, peeking behind a tree. My blood runs cold. I had been on the island for 2 years at this point, and much of it was in the woods. I had always seen shadows dart at the corner of my vision, but this time, I caught one looking straight at me. The girl notices that I made eye contact with her, and she quickly vanishes behind a tree. At this point, if I had a gun, I would have rushed her or something, but I was scared. So I quickly dipped my head back into the tatters of my tent. I kind of just sit there for a moment, in awe of what just happened. I don't want to move. I'm still too scared. I spend the next 15 minutes or so just sitting there, being as still as possible, trying to figure out what I should do. I conclude that the girl had to be just a hallucination, maybe a combination of stress of the situation and some kind of coping mechanism. I don't know. The chills start wearing down, and I try to decide whether or not to stay one more night and then ditch, or to start booking it back now. Then, through the rain, I hear Japanese, followed by this piercing scream that echoed just underneath the cacophony of rain and thunder. I've pretty much had my decision made for me that I'm going to leave. I scuffle around my tent, gathering anything important. I never got combat deployed, but finally my stealthy sniper skills are coming in handy. I slowly pack my bag. The magazine that I had is now completely drenched in water. My thermal scope still works though. I put it in my pocket. I sneak my leg through the tears in the tent, and then I kick the branch off. The branch had landed right on top of my iPod Nano. I can still hear the sweet whale whispers through the headphones. I take it and I shove it in my pocket. Everything is packed up and ready. I start mentally preparing myself to see this thing again. I grab one strap in my pack. As my hand is going down, My hand feels something rubbery and slippery, but it ends up just being the case of something else that I had forgot to actually pack. I get up and sling my backpack over my shoulder. I always put my head down in the direction I have to travel. I dive into the trees and I start booking it. I can't really see or hear anything through the rain. What I do have is this crappy bent flashlight that the Marines issue us in boot camp on the strap of my pack, but I decide not to use it. I don't want to see that girl, or whatever it was, again. I'm able to keep a decent pace despite the darkness, the fog, and the rain. Luckily, the branch was curved, so its full weight wasn't resting on my legs, or else I'd probably still be in the tent. I start feeling uneasy. I can't describe it, but it's an intense feeling of dread that starts falling over me. I feel like I'm being chased, but I can't see anything coming after me. I start to get close to the fence line for the training area, and I hit the fence about 2 minutes later. There is an immediate sense of relief. The fence is about 8 feet high and has some old-style barbed wire on top. My pack is light without the tent or food, so I throw it over the fence, and then I hear a thud. Something is behind me. I immediately go prone, and I whip out my thermal. I scan the tree line with one eye on the thermal and one eye on nothing on the other. I see a sleek, black figure walking 20 to 30 feet between the trees. The shadow dips from the gaps of one tree to the next, but it's clearly coming after me, stalking me. I freak out even more. I stand up and release a deafening guttural war cry. Memories of the senseless yelling of the DIs at Paris Island flood back. I whip out the rubber case thing I had, and I throw it in the direction of the figure, and I start climbing the fence. I jump down, grab the pack, and I see the dirt road that leads back to the buildings in the training area. It didn't mess with me for the rest of the way, and I'm still unsure if what was chasing me was supernatural, or if it was something else, pretending to be a little girl. I didn't get to see what clothes she was wearing, if any, but ask anyone who has stayed at Camp Gonsalves for more than a few weeks and they'll have stories about things in the woods. So I have something that happened to me that I'd like to talk about. It was in the summer of 2014. I wanted to complete the Stalker Challenge. I found this abandoned cement barge that was beached on a sandbar in this wooded coastline. It seemed like the perfect place to camp, so I brought my gun, 2 magazines, which were all that I had at the time. I had no money. So I went to check out this barge, and it was pretty sick, to be honest. There were barnacles growing on some of it, so I assumed that at high tide it was partially submerged. It had a cargo hold and an upper deck. There were 2 portholes in the upper deck, with rusty ladders that descended down into the cargo hold. I decided to camp on the beach where the sandbar connects to dry land because I didn't want to drown in my sleep or something if high tide completely covered the vessel somehow. So before I got all set up, I wanted to check out the barge a little more first. I noticed that there was some rusted out metal stuff in this little square pool on the upper deck. I reached down into the water and I pulled out a rifle casing. I recognized it as a Nagant, so after some time of poking around, I finally get finished closely examining all the cool old rusted bits of the barge, the valves, moorings, etc. I head over to the beach to make my camp. I paced it off. It's about 60 or so yards from the barge. Not quite your typical measurements for this challenge, but what's 10 yards in the difference? I made a little fire pit even, with some rocks that I found just for shiggles. I put driftwood on it, I whipped out my Zippo, and I lit it up. I looked at my watch, and it was about 4 o'clock at this time. Oh, and to mention as well, there was a part of the upper deck where the barge was split in two. Anyhow, I'm sitting on the beach in front of my weak fire, my gun laying by my side. I pull out a green plastic dollar store harmonica. I have no idea how to play harmonica, I just want to make noises with it. After a minute or so, I figure out the Jaws theme with it, and then I laugh to myself at what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out the national anthem to pass the time. And then I hear laughter coming from the trees. I stop playing. I look over. I ask, "Hello?" The laughter continues, the same tone as before. It kind of sounds like me, come to think of it. I begin to smell that oh so great metallic smell that's in all of those other encounters. The smell is kind of salty though. I was camped down by the sound, mind you, so it was already a little salty and already smelled a little bit weird, but this smell was, I guess, saltier than normal, which is what made it stick out. It's still only 5, not even sundown. I'm scanning the tree line, but I don't see anything. I reach for my harmonica to resume playing, and then I realize that the smell isn't metallic at all. It just strongly resembles, like, bodily fluids, I guess is the best term for it. And then I hear the laugh again. I begin to put 2 and 2 together, and I chamber around in the rifle. "Hello?" I ask again. I sit there staring at the woods for a long time. Nothing happens. So I try to think that maybe it's somebody playing a prank. So I just cook my food on the fire. I had beans, glancing over at the woods periodically. And just as the sun was going down, it started up again. But this time, I heard a hello come from the woods. It sounded kind of like me, but not quite. I decided to pack my stuff up a bit, and I ran to the barge. I leapt up inside, and I frantically climbed up to the upper deck. I jumped across the huge crack onto the bow, and I went prone as quickly as I could, and I aimed my rifle back out across the sandbar, my eyes golf ball wide. I sit like that for a while. I check watch periodically. Just as the sun has finished setting, I realize that I'm definitely gonna want some fire. Once I'm sure that I see nothing, I go back down onto the sandbar, my rifle slung and at the ready. I gather up a little bit of driftwood. I struggle to get one going, but I light a rather weak fire up on the deck. I make one last trip just at the beginning of dusk, and I find some good wood, and the fire finally takes off and achieves a respectable size. I spend the first few hours of the night with my rifle shouldered, me laying prone, aiming down at the sandbar. I remember that several of my relatives have suffered from auditory hallucinations before, so I'm just thinking, okay, maybe I just hallucinated it. I hope I did. I should probably get that checked out after I get all this stuff over with. But then, I hear heavy breaking of brush from the coastline, and something muffled blows to me on the breeze. Laughter, and an unpleasant, salty smell. And I think, oh Lord, it's real. I hold my rifle tight. I pointed threateningly at the coast. It's pretty well dark by now. I remember that I brought a flashlight. I go over to my pack, laying on the deck by the stern, and I get it. I come back and shine it down along the sandbar. I see something glint as I sweep. I swing the beam of my flashlight back to the gleaming thing. 2 dots. Their eyes. Freaking eyes. Something big and dark is attached to them. It's pretty tall, too. It's just standing there halfway down the sandbar. I can't see it well. My battery was low, and it was kind of far away. I try to tell myself it's just an animal, but then I think it Must be a big-ass animal. Is it a bear? But then I thought human eyes don't glow in the dark, so it can't be a person. It can't hurt to shoot at it, right? I chamber around. A live round is ejected and skitters across the deck. I already chambered one on the beach. I'm a dumbass. I go prone again. I take aim. I touch one off. If only I had a flash hider instead of a slanted brake. I'm blinded for what felt like an eternity. I'm blinking frantically in hopes of restoring my sight the whole time. I get to the point where I can see again. I frantically shine my mag light up and down the sandbar. No eyes. Maybe I scared it off. I hear a crunching of gravelly sand below me, and then I hear it again. Hello? And it sounds more like me. I'm in full panic mode. I stand on the railing, and I point my rifle over the side, and I fire. And then there's this scream. It deafens me more than the rifle fire. But then, silence. For the next few hours, I hear and see nothing. Just nighttime. So I settle in. I got my legs in a sleeping bag. My head and arms are out with my rifle aimed at the portholes that lead down from the hold up onto the deck. A couple hours pass. My eyelids get heavy. Then I hear that laugh again. This time, it's below me. I nearly wet myself in sheer terror. I begin focusing intently. I hear small waves lapping up against the side of the barge. The tide has risen. In 10 minutes or so, I begin to hear sloshing in the hold below. Something is walking down around there, and it's beginning to fill with water. There can only be one direction this thing can go. Up. And then it says, hello, again, and I scream, shut the F up. I shove my rifle down the porthole and I blind fire like a madman. And then I realize, there goes all of my ammo. My heart is hammering. I slowly back away from the porthole. I hear something clanging against the metal. It's climbing the ladder. I unsheath the bayonet I have attached to my rifle. I don't know how that thing fit through the porthole, but it did. My fight or flight engages. There's nowhere to run to. I charge, screaming. It happened in a flash. The bayonet plunged into the thing. A heavy paw, or something, hit me across the chest, and I went tumbling off the barge and into the water. I now have no rifle, and I'm in the water. I decide to play dead. I lay on my back and hope it doesn't see me. My heart is still pounding uncontrollably. I try to remain still. I'm not worried about hypothermia because it's warm and it's June. I slowly drift away with the current. I see this hulking silhouette sitting next to the fire as I drift off. I end up staying with the current until it dumps me on a beach a few miles east. I hike home, and I never go to that place again, or anywhere near it for that matter. Back in 2016, I saw something that scared the hell out of me. This one night, I was taking the trash out as the following morning was trash day, so the cans got to go to the curb. The driveway that I have is fairly long, and I live in a pretty rural area. I also have this big canopy for boat storage that's set up right next to my driveway. So after I drop the trash can off at the curb, I'm walking back, and I pass said canopy. I hear movement. I spin around. I see this dark figure with white lines all across its face with distinctive yellow eyes, darting for me, arms outstretched. Now I'm at the edge of my garage, mind you, and this canopy is several tens of feet from the garage, so I have a moment to reflect. This A parent humanoid is making verbalizations that I can't understand. To clarify, I mean I can't translate them, but something deep down inside me, something gnawing at my psyche, tells me that this language is not human. It's like it whispers yet screams at the same time, and I can hear it as though it's saying it right into my ears. I bolt for the door to my house. I press the garage door button, and I turn around to see how close it is. It hasn't followed me in. Instead, it watches me. Its head twitches and moves about like it's analyzing. I still hear its speech in my ears. The light from the garage seems to reveal these outlines of fur. I can still hear these weird verbalizations until the door is fully closed. Then, I rush inside and look out the door entryway. I see nothing. I'm seriously creeped out. I'm not even kidding when I say I keep my shotgun by my bed that night. I go out the next day to look for signs of it, and I can't find any discernible tracks. Nothing was screwed with, nothing was broke into. There did appear to be a stick that was sharpened on one end that had burns around it, but that's probably from a fire that I had. Either way, I made sure to burn said stick pretty soon after. A couple of nights later, I was getting ready for bed, and I glanced out the window. I see two small points of yellow light side by side that seem to flick off and on, like it's blinking. They're in the tall grass behind the boat storage. I grab my shotgun, and I run out there, and I get ready to shoot whatever this thing is. The lights, I say lights because they were luminescent of their own accord, were still there. Those vocalizations started appearing in my head. I get the sense that I should just back off and go inside. And then I do so, against my better judgment. It was an eerie sense of calm that came over me. I woke up the next morning and I haven't seen anything for a few weeks now. Do any of you know what the hell it could be? I've heard about the Wendigo stories, but I don't know. I live in Minnesota. What the hell was it? When I was 7 years old, my mom left me for an aging bassist in this really terrible club hair metal band. A few years later, she ends up ODing on heroin. So after that, I was an only child. My dad raises me the best he can. We have no other family except an uncle that my dad refused to talk to, and one grandfather that was in a nursing home. When I was 14, my grandfather died. Dad and my uncle both inherit around $2 million apiece. My grandpa had a textile company that he sold a long time ago, if you're wondering where the money came from. Around that time, I saw my uncle because him and Dad had to get all the affairs in order with Grandpa's situation. He's glad to see me. We talk and catch up a bit. My dad still hates his guts, but he never says why. He just mumbles under his breath as he changes the subject or pretends he needs to go do something around the house. So I stopped asking. But I did hear that my uncle did good with his money and started buying up land. So fast forward to when I was in high school. We found out that my dad had throat cancer. I was trying to be an optimist, but it really didn't look good. We had to use up a lot of the money on treatment. I even postponed going to college to stay with him, so he isn't alone. He ends up dying when I'm 21. I have a little under 10 grand and the house after all is said and done. I work crappy jobs here and there. I get a girlfriend, and then she cheats on me after 2 years. She lived with me, so I can't kick her out right away. I say screw it, and I'm taking an extended amount of time off from my job, and I drive off to get away from the situation. I had no one in my life, no one that I was close to me anyways. I was feeling very hopeless and depressed. I drove around aimlessly around the country. I hit some famous places, and along the way, I found the Grand Canyon and all that cool stuff. I see a bunch of tourists with their happy families, and I got really lonely. So, I decided to try and find my uncle. It takes a lot of searching, but eventually I do get the number of a guy that keeps an answering machine for my uncle. Apparently my uncle lives off-grid in a cabin by himself and doesn't keep a phone or anything there. Anyways, I didn't want to hang around and wait for a call back, so I decide to drive out to where he lives. I get to the guy's place who keeps my uncle's answering machine. It's an old retired guy. He's pretty friendly. He tells me that there isn't actually a road to my uncle's cabin, that there's only a trail through the woods. It's like 10 miles, so the guy lends me an old mountain bike and tells me that I can leave my car at his place. I get my bag with all my essentials, and I thank him, and then I head out. I start wondering on the drive there how my uncle will react to me just dropping in on him after so long. I get really nervous. I pass by a few ponds and small lakes. I couldn't believe that my uncle owned all this land. So I got to the cabin, and my uncle is outside, staring at me like a psycho. He seems really paranoid. I yell to him. I tell him it's me, and he lightens up quite a bit. He's super happy to see me. He hugs me and tells me, "You've grown so much. I didn't even recognize you." We get inside, and we start catching up. He makes some food for us. I tell him my situation, and he says that I can stay with him for a while. And this did make me feel good. It felt like I had somebody. The next day we just hung out. I saw that he has a ton of journals that he has been writing in every day since he was 10. My dad had some too, but he quit after a couple years. My uncle said that I could read them if I wanted to, if I didn't mind seeing some mildly questionable stuff. He was brutally honest when he wrote. I spent a lot of time reading those journals, learning more about my dad's family. Eventually, I want to get some stuff that my uncle didn't have in his cabin, mainly beer. In the morning, I go back to my car and head to the nearest place for some supplies, which ended up being a gas station. I get back and I'm ready to hit the trail again. The old man comes out and I talk to him a bit more. He asks me about my family history. I tell him that my dad and my uncle didn't get along. He tells me that it might have something to do with the lake disappearance. And my response is literally, "What? What disappearance?" Apparently, a long time ago, this area was a popular camping and canoeing spot. People would pay like a regular campground, and they would carry their canoes in there. My uncle used to live in a different spot, and he would come here every year when he was younger. The old guy tells me that one year, a dude disappeared there. His tent was all torn up, and there was blood everywhere. Only one other person on record was there at that time, and it was my uncle. There was an investigation and everything. My uncle was cleared eventually, and the dude was never found. I asked the dude what he thinks happened, and he said that he had no earthly idea, but I should just ask my uncle for his side of the story. This was really unnerving at the time. I figured that this is why my dad broke off contact with my uncle. So, I head back to my uncle's with the beer and the other goodies. Not gonna lie, hearing that story about my uncle changed my image of him. I decided not to bring it up immediately, but I really wanted to know what his story was. We drink beer and just hang out outside. I asked him if the next day if I could take the canoe. He says sure, but tells me to only go in specific spots. I don't bother asking why. He starts to make something for us to eat. I just sit there and I read more journals. I decided to try and find the journal for the year that the disappearance had happened. I start going through it when I get to a spot that had 5 pages ripped out. The way it looked, it seemed like my uncle had done it recently. All the other journals that I looked through had all their pages, so I was pretty sure he did this at some point after I took an interest in the journals. I decide not to bring it up though. We eat, we hang out some more, and we go to sleep. The next day, I want to head out in the canoe and paddle around a bit. He gives me some pointers and tells me to stay on this one side of the lake. I have no problem with that. I paddle around for a while, hugging the shore mostly. I hadn't been canoeing in quite a while, so I was kind of scared to go into the deeper water. Eventually, I lost sight of the cabin. It was a nice day though. Lots of wildlife. I see this odd-looking area, though, just offshore. There's a bunch of chopped-down trees, and it's really overgrown, but it looked like something used to be there. I decide to check it out, and find out that it's an overgrown trail, and it looks like someone tried to cover it up with logs and debris to hide it. I'm too curious to leave it alone, of course. I get out and I walk through the thick vegetation. I follow what's left of the trail for about a quarter mile, and I come out to a different lake. It's dead quiet. There's no wind, no animal sounds, and no bugs. I get a super eerie feeling, like I'm definitely being watched here. I start walking out on the rocky shore, and I realize that it's way too quiet. Even the water seems to be not making any noise. I decide to go back to the canoe and head back to the cabin. My uncle is out and waves at me. He asks me how it was. I tell him it was fun. I ask him about the other lake. His face goes blank as he looks off in that direction. He says that he told me to not go to any other lakes. I tell him I just walked there. I didn't even take the canoe over. He tells me to never go there again, or I would have to leave. And then he changes it and tells me that he doesn't want me to go canoeing again. He's really pissed. And I say, okay, whatever. He disappears for a while. I decide to go get more beer. After some time, I get back to the cabin and my uncle still isn't there. I decide to hold off on the beer and make us something to eat. He gets back and he's pretty quiet. Things are very tense. I just end up sitting around till bedtime. The next day, though, he's in a better mood. He apologizes for being the way he was the night before. We start drinking beer. He ends up going through most of them himself, and he actually loosens up a lot. I guess he really needed to take the edge off. I ask him why him and Dad never got along. He just kind of brushes it off. I ask him if it's to do with the incident on the lake. He gets quiet, and then he asks me what I know about it. I tell him essentially what the old guy told me. He gets quiet for a really long time, and just stares off in the direction of the lake with the overgrown trail. Maybe it's because he was drunk, or maybe it's because he was tired of keeping it to himself, but he told me where he hid the missing journal pages. He told me to make of it what I wanted, but what he wrote was the truth. He then got up and he went for a walk. I went to the spot in the cabin where he hid the pages and I started reading them. The first page is from the day before his trip. It didn't really have anything too interesting on it. It was mostly a list of things that he took with him on his camping trip, what he ate, the weather, and all that kind of stuff, which he documented every day anyways. The next 2 pages were from the same day. They were about him arriving at the park, hoping that he was the first person there that season so that he could camp wherever he wanted. He found out that there was already another guy out on the lakes who went in the night before. I guess back when the land was a campground, it was a lot easier to access a lot of the areas. so it didn't take long to get to the lakes with his canoe. He had a specific lake that he liked to stay at, and he was hoping to have it all to himself, or at least it was his favorite spot, which was a small island in the lake. When he got onto the lake, he saw smoke on the island, a red tent, and that kind of stuff, so he was super disappointed that the spot he wanted was taken. Eventually, he found another small peninsula that had some trees on it. The only other noteworthy thing from that day was that he never saw the guy walking around on the island, and eventually, the smoke stopped. The last thing on the page was that my uncle had planned on moving to a different lake the next day because he just wanted to be completely alone. But there was a storm rolling in that day, and he decided to stay at the spot for one more night. He also wrote that during the night on his first day, he got up to go to the bathroom. The moon wasn't quite full, but it gave off a lot of light. He saw what looked like a log poking straight up in the middle of the lake. The last page, though, had 2 days on it, one on the front and one on the back. The weather was horrible the next day, windy and cloudy. He decided to try and head out anyways, but ended up flipping his canoe and had to get back to shore. He made a small fire and dried off all of his gear and clothes the best he could. He set up his tent again and was in for another night. He also wrote that he had still not seen any movement or a fire on that island, and the night before he once again saw the upright log on the lake, but this time it was closer, about half of the way between the first place he saw it and his campsite. He also noted that it was not visible during the day. From what I had read up to that point, I didn't understand what was so bad about this, that he would try and hide it from me. That all changed when I read the last entry. The last night he was there, the moonlight woke him up, but also he had to go to the bathroom again. He got out of the tent into the cool night air to complete silence. The only sound was the faintest lapping of the water on the shore. As he was relieving himself, he noticed how calm and glassy the lake was, and then he saw it. The thing that he thought was a log now stood at the very end of the peninsula. Now that it was on land, he could tell that it was very much alive. A pitch-black figure that had to be at least 7 feet tall. He said it looked weird, like it was wearing wet robes or something in the darkness. He crawled back into his tent, his heart racing, and pretended like it wasn't there. Then, he heard the voice of a child in distress. "Can you help me? I'm lost," followed by a low giggling and random whispers around the tent. "Shh, don't wake him." Then more giggling. This went on for what seemed like an eternity. The sounds of footsteps all around the tent, giggling and shushing. Just before dawn, he heard what he presumed to be the figure wading back out into the water. As soon as it was light out, he was already packing his things and heading back the way he came in. But first, he paddled up to the island to see if there was anybody there. All he saw were the remains of the first fire, the tent torn apart on one side, and blood everywhere. There were strange symbols drawn onto boulders. He reported the missing man, but he never told anyone about what he saw the night before. After I was done reading, I just sat there until my uncle got back from his walk. "It's still out there," he said, and looked towards the lake. He said that over the years he bought up the area, and he tries his best to keep people off of that lake. He says the whole thing is cursed. That didn't stop me from going back there once more to see it for myself, but that's a story for a different time. This happened about 1 year and 6 months ago. I have a regular side job of feeding cows for my grandfather on his 3 properties, with all 3 being lumped together, adding up to maybe 300 acres. The service truck that I drive is a diesel and doesn't drive very fast. I start work at 5 in the winter, so this is nighttime work, which, by the way, sucks balls. I filled up the 6 buckets that I needed for the 2 farms after I feed the first. The second farm is only accessible from a very small rural back road. I pull up to the gate that goes inwards toward the forest. It opens into a field with trees on the left and right, and the center opens into a large field. I put my hand down looking for my keys. I can't find them. I'm frustrated and tired. I get out and I go back around the truck to open the tailgate. I grab 2 buckets and I grunt and swear to myself while putting them on the ground, and I walk to the gate and I start lifting the buckets over the gate, and then there's a grunt that comes from the woods, and it repeats back to me the same swear word that I just said. It came from the woods behind me on the next property over. Also my property, but it's not really used. This property is nothing but dense forest that moves uphill, and then that hill goes into an even larger hill. I'm kind of worried. I listen closer. It repeats the grunt and the swear word, this time sounding more like me. I'm very confused at this point. I'm wondering what the hell is making that noise and why it sounds like me. It's not loud enough to be heard over footsteps, so I ignore it. Over the next 4 weeks, though, I keep hearing similar sounds and phrases coming from that area. I always carry a 45 and a 30-08 in my back seat with a full magazine, so I feel pretty safe, but I'm still very cautious. The sound keeps getting closer and closer every day of the week, but not fast enough that it's super noticeable. One night, I pull up to the gate this time with my keys, and the cows who are used to my sounds and presence start to flood through the trees in a line. I step out of the truck and start pouring the feed into the concrete feeding troughs. I look up, and the cows are staring at something. One bellows near where they are looking. After maybe a minute, all of them are staring at whatever is beyond the tree line, a sound that sounds exactly like the bellow the cow made, comes from the tree line, the same tone, inflection, everything. There's a big difference though. It's much louder than the cows, and much deeper. The cows turn and bolt away from the sound, and I'm sitting there, confused. At this point, I have my hand on my 45, and I'm kind of scared. Whatever this was, it was nothing like I have ever heard or experienced, and I can't imagine any animal that can do that. I slowly make my way around the back of the truck and onto the other side, away from where the sound came from, all the while with my eyes still on the tree line. Slowly, something comes into the light of the headlights, and I'm honestly shaking now at just thinking about it. Whatever this thing is wasn't human. It looked human, but wrong. Its legs were about the same length as its arms, and it walked on all fours. On all fours it stood maybe 5 feet tall. It didn't notice me standing there, watching it. It started to sniff the ground like a dog. It moved about, sniffing the ground, and it raised its head in the air and looked over toward the truck, and my God, its eyes. They were bright, yellow, and very sunken into its head. Its mouth protruded inwards like a hole with skin wrapped around the inside. It flared out its jaws like when you move your jaw or have an underbite. It did this while sniffing the air. That's the best way I can describe it. The ground was really slippery at the time from a week of rain, and I tried to back up and grab my FAL and slipped. The sound of me falling made the thing turn toward me. It couldn't see me, but it was trying, straining its veiny and long neck toward me. And then it stood up. This thing stood. It got up on its hind legs, and it was 5 feet on all four, so it had to be standing like 9 feet tall. I'm 6'1", and it dwarfed me, and I can't stress that enough how it towered over me. Me and my athletic 230-pound build, set in the mud, petrified by this creature standing maybe 30 yards at 9 feet tall, was definitely a situation that I've never imagined myself being in my entire life. I vault upwards with my legs and swing the door open and grab my 30-08 and turn toward the thing. As I'm turning my sights to lay on it, I get a sight picture, and this thing is galloping toward me. I popped 5 shots off at the creature, and hunters know that sound that's made when you land on a target, the thump of the round penetrating the target. I landed 3 shots, 2 in the chest and 1 in the neck. This creature made a gurgling sound similar to the cow bellow that it made a few minutes earlier. It slid and fell on its side and writhed around on the ground in a circle. It got back up and stared at me. Those eyes were penetrating, and I laid 2 more rounds near its chest and head. That scared it enough to turn and run back into the woods and to the field. I don't know why, but I had the strong urge to pursue it, and I jumped in the truck and followed it. I went down through the creek bed to go to the field when I broke through and beamed my light to where the creature ran. I could see its trail leading away from the field. It took maybe a minute or maybe 2 minutes to get through the creek bed, and by that time the creature had made it halfway across a 2.5 football field size field. I was still shaken by this, and the next day I came out early in search of blood, and the blood was black. I wish I had pictures to show you, but if I'm honest, I never really carry a cell phone or a camera on me, and I originally wasn't planning on sharing this at all. But yeah, that's what happened. This happened a few years ago. I was at my family cabin in northern Wisconsin. I was hunting, fishing, and shooting with my uncle. We have this tradition whenever we're out in the country like this, where we like to take a midnight stroll to the end of the long driveway and just look at the moon and stars. My uncle brought along his Mossberg because there are a lot of bears in this area. I'm carrying a 9mm because I'm 16 and I think that I'm some kind of hardcore badass. You probably know the feeling. I also wear glasses, and I have very terrible night vision. Basically, it was pitch black for me, but my uncle could see fine. We get pretty much to the end of the driveway. There's a beer in one hand and a gun in the other, and it feels really good to be spending time with my uncle like this. And we're just enjoying the night, but then there's a rustling in the woods on the other side of the dirt road. My feelings of being a badass immediately leave me, and I think, oh crap. I raise my pistol and aim from where the rustling is. My uncle says, "That's a guy. Put your gun down." He yells out, "Howdy, stranger." The rustling stops. It vaguely looks like somebody is standing in the middle of the dirt road, and I just feel scared. And then it kind of slinks back into the darkness. A few minutes later, there's rustling from behind us now, but we didn't see anything cross the road. My uncle says that we should just head back. He seems a little off-put by the whole thing. We hear a loud bang from the direction of the cabin. Not a gunshot, though. Once we get there, the cabin door is wide open. My uncle says, "Damn it, boy, we're gonna get eaten alive by mosquitoes all night. Why'd you leave the door open?" And I remind my uncle that I was outside before he was. And he says he's 100% sure that he closed it and locked it. Upon closer inspection, the frame is broken and the door has been kicked in. My uncle clears the place while I stay outside with my gun on the ready. There's nobody inside and nothing missing. My uncle says it must have been just some weird kids looking for drugs or guns. I suppose we shouldn't worry about it tonight. Obviously, I can't sleep. The door is rigged to partially shut with some wire, but the mosquitoes still get in and they're all over me, and I'm still scared as hell. I really need to go to the bathroom at some point in the night too. I'm desperate, so I decide to crack open a window and pee out of it that way instead of going outside. I look out at the forest as I'm peeing. I see the same figure as before, standing at the tree line, staring straight at me. I just kind of finish what I'm doing because I can't exactly stop, and then I just lock the window as best I can and lay back in bed. I stare out the window the entire night. I don't sleep. In the morning, we find a dead raccoon on the picnic table. The guts are hanging out of it and heavily chewed on. The bite marks look almost human. My uncle heaves it into the woods and decides that we should just head home. My uncle and dad sell the cabin a week later, and we never go up again. 2 years later, we're having Thanksgiving dinner at my grandparents'. My uncle and I are having a beer. He asks me if I remember the night when the door got kicked in at the cabin. I say, yeah, I think about it a lot actually. He tells me that the guy that he saw across the road wasn't just some kid. He said the guy wasn't wearing any clothes. He was covered in leaves, and he had no pupils, just strange white eyes and a heavily deformed face. His arms were longer than a normal human, just really emaciated looking. He told my dad, and my dad says that he saw the same thing when he was a teenager and used to go there himself. Just after that, they both decided to sell the cabin. I found out years later that the people that we sold the cabin to may have sold it to another couple, and then one of their daughters went missing near the cabin. The disappearance remains unsolved. So I live in High River, Alberta. The mountains are only an hour or so drive away. So me and some friends decide to go camping out in Kananaskis near Canmore. Since they're like family, I'll call one Iron Bro, and then one Tracker Sis, Stoner Sis. So Iron Bro is a metal worker, if you didn't get the vibe. He's a big guy too, like close to 6'5", and easily the strongest of us. He always carries a buck knife that he made himself. Tracker Sis was raised in the mountains. She knows every animal and their habitat, down to a T. She can somehow find even the smallest trace of animals and can track them like a damn expert. Stoner Sis is a great cook. I call her Stoner Sis as a joke because she's not actually a stoner. She has a medical license for her glaucoma. And as for me, I'm just some regular Métis guy. It's late September, so the leaves are just starting to change. The cold weather hasn't quite set in yet, so we shouldn't be too cold. We take our truck out past Longview, heading toward the Kananaskis country. There's lots of trails right off the highway where you can hike. You're allowed to camp anywhere there that we'd like to. We end up choosing a spot across the bank from the Highwood River. About 12 or so kilometers away is Canmore. Despite the proximity, it's actually super quiet out there. The tree line is extremely thick and continues like that all the way up the mountainside. So, we park our truck and grab all of our gear. Iron Bro and I carry the tents. Tracker Sis has our map and her hunting rifle, in case we run into any weird wild animals. Grizzly bears are especially common this time of year. Stoner Sis has all the food and our clothes. We trek for about, I want to say 3 hours or so, and find a nice cliff face that overlooks the highway below. We can easily see our truck from there. It's this super nice area that's sheltered from the winds blowing through the peaks. Looking around our chosen base, we find some trees that have been bent. They look like large poplars, and they look like they've been leaning against each other. There's 5 or 6 all in a bunch. After a few minutes, Iron Bro asks me why I'm so intensive on looking at that set of trees. He and Stoner Sis are already setting up the tents. I tell him about the weird way that all the trees are bent. He tells me that it's probably just snowfall from the last year, and he seemed right. I didn't think too much else about it. But Tracker Sis wasn't convinced. She tells us that she's seen stuff like this north of Red Deer and over near Burnaby in BC. The locals say it's an odd phenomenon. The local First Nations say it's from the Sasquatch. Stoner Sis laughs. Sasquatch? Get real. And then she laughs. Tracker Sis just shakes her head. She might not believe, but she respects the legends enough that she listens to the First Nations elders. Personally, I remember my grandfather talking about them. He said they were peaceful, but that you should avoid their territory if you can. We continue setting up camp. By the time we're done, it's close to dark. We gather around our bonfire that we made, and we enjoy a nice quiet dinner. And there's lots of jokes and lots of fun. Stoner Sis offers some weed, but none of us take any. The Tracker Sis wants us to stay sharp in case there's bears that come around. We tie up the rest of our food up high in a tree, about 12 feet off the ground in a nearby maple. The bears won't be able to reach it up there. After that, we turn in for the night. The next day, I get woken up by Tracker Sis. She says, "Man, wake up. Something tried to grab the food." I hurry out as Iron Bro wakes up as well as Stoner Sis. Sure enough, the tree with the food has some newly broken branches. It's what looks like claw marks are higher up the tree. Luckily, our bag of food is undisturbed. Iron Bro says maybe it's a black bear. Tracker Sis agrees and says that we should try and tie it up higher tonight. Stoner Sis and myself go out to get some water. There's a stream not far from our clearing. We have all the gear needed to purify our water. Beaverage is quite common here. We walk up to the stream and start filling our larger jug that we brought with us. And as we do, I notice the branches in the trees. They're all broken in the same direction. I stand up to take a closer look. All the branches are about 10 feet off the ground. They all point in the same direction, away from our campsite. I remember my grandfather's warning. If you see branches broken together, the Sasquatch has marked its path. Stay the way it points. All else is their territory. We return to the camp, and I tell the others about the branches. Iron Bro is confused but not worried. He says they're just broken sticks, man. But Tracker Sis is unconvinced. I've seen branches like that. They mean something bad. I confirm her statement and tell them what my grandfather told me. Iron Bro is still skeptical. Stoner Sis finally speaks up. She says, "When we got the water, did you feel weird?" "Weird how?" I say. "Like somebody was watching us." I think back on it. Looking at the branches, I remember the hair on my neck standing up. I remember the birds stopped singing. The birds only stopped for a predator. It couldn't be us. They continued as we were there. Something else must have come. As I say this, I get a shiver. Something was there, Stoner Sis says again. Tracker Sis and I are now thoroughly unnerved. Iron Bro is still doubtful, but he looks more than a little nervous now. We decide to stay near the camp for the night. Darkness falls again, and we're around another fire. We're a little more at ease now, but as we're talking we hear a sound off in the distance. It sounds like somebody is knocking on wood. It's echoing through the mountains, so we can't get a good idea of direction. It knocks 3 times before pausing. After a minute, the knocking happens again. Iron Bro jokes we should knock back. Tracker Sis shakes her head adamantly, says it's a very bad idea. I already stood up and grabbed a large stick that was in our woodpile. I approached the tree with the food and started knocking in return. Like the first noise, I knock 3 times in return, and then I wait. 3 knocks happen again. Iron Bro laughs. Stoner Sis has a small smile as well. I knock again. The knocks return, but this time, they're joined by a scream. I've heard lots of animals before. This was entirely unfamiliar. Elk, wolves, owls, bears, humans. This sounded like none of them. This was primal, bestial. It echoed from where the knocks came from. Tracker Sis is now very scared. She says I recognize that sound. I ask her what it is. She just stands slowly. That was a Sasquatch. She says she heard these calls out in BC. None of us quite know what to say. Then we hear the call again. It sounds more agitated, like it's expecting an answer. I say, should I call back? And she says, no, don't. Very seriously. It could be bad. Very bad. Then we hear another call. This one is close. 50 feet behind us in the bush, we hear it. It's practically bellowing and shakes right through us. Iron Bro is now incredibly scared, holding Stoner Sis protectively. Stoner Sis is halfway through her 3rd joint and is unable to comprehend anything but her own fear. Tracker Sis grabs her rifle reflexively. I back away toward them, clutching my big stick. We hear the call through the mountains again. The thing is closer and bellows back. It's gotten closer still. We can hear it coming through the underbrush. The leaves are crunching under its feet gently. Then we can smell it, that deep forest musk. Think like a wet dog meets pure testosterone mixed with a skunk. None of us know what to do exactly. It sounds big, and all we have is a single gun, a buck knife, a hand axe, and my stick. Whatever this is, it probably wouldn't feel any of that. The movement stops, and we're holding our breath. It's now only 10 feet away, just outside the light of our fire, just inside the bush. For a moment of silence, then the calling in the distance starts again. This one is longer, more purposeful, like it was summoning something. The thing across from us bellows back again, but now it's stamping the ground. It pounds the ground with its feet and hands before shaking the trees. We wait for the worst, then it starts to walk away. We wait and listen to see if it comes back. After about 20 minutes, we hastily retreat inside of our tents. Morning couldn't come fast enough. None of us slept. None of us dared to. The next morning, I'm up first. I go and check out our campsite. The food is still undisturbed, but the tree it was in was thoroughly shaken. This was a large maple. The trunk had to be 2 feet in diameter. The roots looked like they were being pulled out. They were exposed and the earth was thoroughly beaten. Tracker Sis and Iron Bro joined me soon after. Stoner Sis won't leave her tent. She's too scared. I don't blame her, to be honest. We find no traces of anything else other than many more broken branches and a tuft of hair. We seal that away before returning to our campsite. We decide it's no longer safe to stay here. We pack up faster than I could have imagined we would have, and we set back out down the trail. The whole time, we were definitely being watched, not just by one thing, but by multiple. I scan the tree line to see if I can spot anything, but I can never see anything. But the birds are quiet. Once we reach our vehicle, we dive inside and drive on into Canmore. We spend the rest of our trip out there in a local motel. Anyone who asks us why we left early just gets told that we encountered a grizzly bear. They wouldn't believe us otherwise. We headed back to High River not long after. Tracker Sis is now cautious about going into the mountains again. Iron Bro and Stoner Sis since have started dating, and they move in together. Now, their wedding's actually in a few months. I'm speaking in retrospect. Both now strongly believe in Sasquatch. When I got in, I called my grandfather, and I left a message for him about what happened. He called me back immediately and sounded more scared than I could ever imagine. He says that we were lucky that there was one that close and that we weren't hurt or killed. He advises us that we camp in a larger group next time, or just not in that area, or at least bring something else to defend ourselves. We ended up sending the hair away that we found, but we haven't heard the results. All of us believe in Sasquatch now. We all kind of want to go back though, despite how much it all scared us. It would be cool to see one, you know. Sasquatches though. Friggin' Sasquatches. A few years ago, a friend of mine, and I'll call him David just for the sake of this, planned a trip to a wildlife national park. And since he was wealthy and had a lot of contacts, we could travel inside the park in our own car instead of the cars or vans supplied by the park. At the beginning of our trip, we were told to keep clear of core areas by the forest ranger because it could pose a danger to us. A few hours into the trip, we were out in the savannah just watching the animals do their thing. And out of the blue, we spot a tiger staring at us. None of us had guns on us, so we were really in a pickle. We wanted to turn around and go back, but David insisted that we continue, and he assured us that we'd be fine. Another friend of ours started to argue with him about wanting to go back, get a ranger along with us for safety, and then continue our trip. Since we're all busy arguing with each other, nobody kept an eye on the tiger, and suddenly we hear a tiger growl right in front of our car. Everybody freaks out. I almost pooped my pants. We all started to pray out of fear. Then we see a dude with a stick, dressed in all black overalls. He didn't look like a forest ranger. We're all shouting at him, telling him to run because we have a tiger situation. The tiger turns back and spots him. Right then, we knew that he'd be torn to pieces. But that didn't happen. The tiger's eyes got big, and it ran away. We were all bewildered, seeing all this unfold in front of us. The guy comes over to our car and tells us not to worry about tigers as long as he is around. We asked him if he is a forest ranger, and he said no. Then he tells us that private vehicles are not allowed inside the park. David gets mad and tells him to F off. The guy then tells him to cool down and says that there's an old bridge ahead of us and that our car can't cross over because the bridge might topple under the weight. We thought the guy was BSing us, but he looked like he knew every nook and corner of the park, so we asked him if there was any other way, and he offered to show us the route. So he gets in our car, and throughout the entire journey he just sits there, silently, staring at one of us off and on. We spot another tiger on our way, but it ran away after the guy simply pointed his stick to it. We all were, mildly to put, amazed to see tigers running away after seeing him. We asked him why the tigers were scared of him, and he said that he lives in the park so he knows all the animals, and none of them would attack him, even if he provoked them. And we all thought, yeah, okay, nice story. We then asked him his name, but he evaded our questions, and requested that we call him the Forest Man. After a while, we stopped at a well to take photos, and also because we were tired of sitting in the car for too long. The Forest Man told us that it is a safe place and that he would protect us. And we're like, yeah, okay, whatever. And I, for reasons unknown, sat in the car. The Forest Man assured me that it's safe to get out and stretch, so I do. After I got down, I walked to the well and just stared down at the water below. The Forest Man walks over to the well as well, and then I notice I can't see his reflection. I close my eyes and open them again, but no. I could only see my reflection in the water, but not his. I asked David to come over, so I could see his reflection as well, and I could. I didn't know what to make of it because my heart was pounding fast. I couldn't speak because there was fear all over my body. I then somehow collected myself and asked David for his camera, hoping to take a photo of the Forest Man. When I pointed the camera in his direction, he got really angry and asked that I not take a photo. David jumped in the middle and told me to leave him alone. I didn't want to be there any longer, so I told David that I wasn't feeling well and that we should head back anyways. After much begging and requesting, David sighed to take us back home. The Forest Man chimed in and said that it is better if we leave now because it's going to rain heavily soon. He then told us that he should get going, and then disappeared into the forest. We drove our way back to the forest ranger's office, which is near the entrance of the park. After we reached the ranger's office, I pulled a ranger aside, and I asked him if he knew about the Forest Man. He looked at me like I was stupid. We all then described what he looked like, and his thing with the tigers and whatnot. None of the rangers were convinced, except for one. That one ranger, an older guy, started to search through some old files, and managed to find a photo of him. We identify him, and it turns out that he died decades ago in the park. He was killed by tigers. I'm never going back to that national park or any forest in my country after this. So I'm a car guy, and one thing that I like to do is usually on a Friday night, I'll go out for a long drive. I like to cruise around looking for a decent and long, quiet, rural road just to really open up on. So after a while, I find a good one, and I'm tearing it down. This is outside of Sydney, by the way. There's nothing down there but a school at the end. It kinda ends in a crossroads after this school. One way goes nowhere, the other way also goes nowhere, and then the other one leads on for a fair way into the bush, with the occasional house and stuff out there. It's just been blowing a gale for the past 2 days, so there's a fair amount of fallen sticks and leaves, so I ride a tad slower than expected. The road that I was on was quite narrow all the way, and I figured that my car can handle it no worries. So I'm driving down at maybe 60 kilometers an hour average. There's no streetlights, and my high beams aren't the best, but they help a bit. After about 5 minutes in, I notice that the radio of my car is quiet. I fiddle with the volume. Nothing. It's turned right, but There's no sound or static. I checked the other stations, and it's the same thing. I was concerned by this. I say my car was a shitbox, but my car isn't old, nor in any condition outside of usual wear. So I just turned the radio off, and I continue down this road. I notice on the side of the road there are what I would call these strange-looking plants. They extend about 2 feet high and spread out in the perfect shape of a skeleton hand, 4 tall limbs, and then a shorter thumb lower down. My brain immediately draws this connection about them. At first, it was every few hundred meters that I would see one, but as I drive on, they're becoming more and more dense. About 5 kilometers down this road, the surface seems to suddenly become darker. The random debris and sticks on the road disappear, so the ride is much quieter. I drive on feeling a little uneasy for another few kilometers until I reach the end of the road. The road ends at this gate that's for a fire trail. I pass another entrance to something similar about 1 kilometer before the end of the road. I head back, and I'm still feeling uneasy. I arrive at what seems to be the entrance to a national park. I can't read the sign from my car. I get out with my torch, and I start walking over to it. I'm about 10 feet from the car when I suddenly realize something is really wrong. The wind has stopped. It was windy all the time that I've been driving, and it's still windy as I'm typing this out. But as I was standing there, total stillness, silence, serious silence. I don't know how many of you are from Australia, but normally the bush has some noise, even quiet noise, but there was nothing here. So I'm starting to freak out, and I say screw the sign, and I just retreat back to my car. I left the lights on and the door open, thankfully. I get back in the car, and I sit there before turning the engine back on. It's real uneasy, but for some reason, I turn the lights off for a split second. There's no houses this far out, by the way. The last one is maybe a kilometer down the road. I look at the entrance for the park. There's a small orange dot that I can only guess was the light from a cigarette end, and I have no plan on sticking around to see who's this far out, with no car, punching darts in the pitch black. I gun it out of there, really freaking out at this point. I'm desperate to just get the hell off this road, to see a building, light, a sign of civilization. So I'm tearing down this road, and I don't feel much better coming to the first few houses. I keep driving excessively fast for the road, driving on the other side of the road, skidding a little bit on the corners and stuff. I come to probably the longest straight part in the road, maybe 5 kilometers from the cross part. I see a figure walking on the side of the road with a light. My initial senses scream nope, but as I approach I can tell that it's a person. I pull up alongside of them. It's a woman, really young. Maybe a late teen, early 20s. She has brown hair and wearing casual clothing. I say, "Are you all right, miss?" She says, "Not really. My bus missed my stop and dropped me off here, and I'm pretty scared. It's just so bloody dark, and you're the first car I've seen in 10 minutes. I'm still freaked out from the national park entrance thing, but I heard her clear enough. There were no bus stops down this road, which confused me, and I didn't see any other cars all the way. But she was obviously lost and felt uneasy too. I've never actually picked up a hitchhiker before, but I felt like there would be some unseen danger sitting in the darkness that would harm her if I drove off. I say, "Do you know where you're going? Would you like a lift?" She looks behind her and around into the darkness. "Yes, please." She's clearly unsettled, so she climbs in and we drive on. She asks what I'm doing this far out. I tell her that I was out for a drive but got more than I bargained for. I tell her about the end of the road, the silence, and the cigarette thing in the dark. She seems further freaked out. I'm not settled at all, but having another person helps. She tells me that she could hear twigs cracking behind her in the bush to the sides, and all the time that she's been there. She'd been using her phone as a light since it had no signal to call anyone, but it was almost dead when I came along. And I feel like, oh, I guess I'm the knight in shining armor right now. Then I say, did you say that you heard cracking twigs behind you? I look at the side of the road. I'm still 3 kilometers or so from that crossroads. On the way there were maybe 20 of those weird skeleton hand plants every 100 meters. Now there are none. Not one of them. No way am I not seeing them or something. They're just gone. Okay, that's really odd. I explain to her. Both of us are further unsettled. I'm driving fast. I'm normally more cautious with a passenger, but I don't think either of us were concerned. I get to the crossroads maybe 2 minutes later. I tear down past the school and off the lead-in road. I drive to the nearest town to this woman's house. I give her my number before she leaves. I tell her to call me if this ever happens again. I wasn't trying to flirt, but she took it down without hesitation. Her mother or someone is on the porch waiting for her. She thanks me gratefully and runs to hug her daughter. They go inside, I wave by, and I drive off. I pull out feeling much better that I'm now in town. Now usually that would be the end of the story, but for some godforsaken reason, I went back. The next night, I went back down through the lead-in road. It had just rained a bit, and you know that fog that seems to sit on the ground in horror films like in cemeteries? Well, that was everywhere, and it was thick. So I'm driving faster than I was the night before because there was no more fallen debris. It was uneventful as I was tear-assing down the road. I get to those oh-so-ominous crossroads, and I actually stop for the first time and have a major second thought. I tell myself, 10 minutes, no more, and I overcome common sense. I can still remember the road and that there's no debris now, so I can drive faster. I think I'm driving about 70 or so. About 200 meters down, the ground fog gets really heavy. It's actually reducing my full beams. So I slow down and continue at 60. I see only one of the weird-ass plants. The rest are all gone. And I'm actually on the lookout for any bus stops this time. I don't see any though. I'm somewhat creeped out, but it's just from the atmosphere plus my last experience on this road. I continue driving, getting excessively fast for the conditions. I get to where the national park entrance is and I keep going. I say aloud to myself, this corner is really tight. My back wheel skid slightly and caught me off guard. I regain control, so there's no worries. I'm good at driving stupidly, and I know my car well. The second I pass the national park, I instantly get the feeling again that something is wrong. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like a capsule of fear burst in my stomach. I felt suddenly sick. I feel as if I turn at the T-junction and go toward the fire trail gate, I will meet my doom. My heart is beating like a war drum. Since my body won't allow me to turn the steering wheel that way, I do the only logical thing I think to do. I handbrake turn the T-junction. It seems like it's in slow motion, but I lose most of my speed. And then I see it. It's a lot brighter than before because I can see it with my high beams on. No more than 70 meters ahead of me is a brightly glowing orange dot, smack bang in the middle of the road. The only way in or out of where I was, and it was blocking my exit. All I can really compare it to is one of those roadside reflectors, but there are none on this road. Now, being the weirdo that I am, I've brought a few things with me, including a combat knife, a flashlight, and a lighter, even though I don't smoke. I take the flashlight. It's one of those really powerful mag lights. I shine it at the thing through the windscreen to get a better look at the guy smoking in the middle of the road. Although it's brighter than any dart I've ever seen, I still assume that's what that is. It's humanoid, but very, very dark. I can't make out any clothing or facial features apart from the orange dot that sits right between where the eyes should have been. I freak out and nearly crap myself. The dark black humanoid with a glowing orange dot in its head and no facial features is blocking my exit. I stare at it for approximately 5 seconds before it starts moving forward. As it walks, its legs seem to grow thinner but freakishly taller. The rest of it also stretches, except the head. This thing stops at being 8 feet tall, maybe 9 feet, but it continues pacing forward. My mind kicks in. I slam the car into reverse, and I back up to the T-junction as far as I can retreat. I'm still locked onto it. It does not stop moving toward me. I fail to notice the other movement until they are visible, but there's 4 men dressed in what I would describe as, I guess, homeless attire, emerge from the bush on the side of the park. They're all staring at me, but I know they can't actually see me against the headlights, but I swear I could feel their gaze. These people seem to ignore the orange dot-headed thing walking at me and just stare. It reciprocates. They seem totally out of it, but definitely human. I'm not religious, but I pray aloud to anything listening to help me. This thing is maybe 30 meters away from my car at this point, fully visible in my high beams. I'm trapped like a rat. I either floor it, potentially kill it, or have it kill me and ruin my car. I sit there and accept my death or try and stab the 9-foot-tall thing with my 6-inch combat knife, which I don't think is going to go very well. I get about a second to choose. I decide that my life is worth more than my car, and I floor it toward the thing. As I shift into second, the thing leaps and pushes me to the edge of a heart attack. Its legs recoil like an elastic as it jumps up. It lands behind me, and I can see it in the mirror. It turns around, and I see the orange dot or disc thing glowing. I can almost feel rage and malice emanating from it. And then it screamed. The best way for me to describe it is for you to look up the Chuma scream from the Big Les show, lower the pitch by about 300%, and play it at half speed. Otherwise, it was a deep, almost human-like, but a full-on scream. And I was thinking that it had to be heard by the residents of the nearest house for sure. It was 20 meters behind me, and when it screamed, my ears rang. The 4 men standing on the side of the road, whom I can barely see, start running. I catch a slight glimpse of them in my taillights, but they can't catch my car. I can still see the orange dot though, and it's bobbing as if it's running toward me. I can't see its body anymore. My heart is in my throat, and I'm going to throw up. I'm in no state to really drive. I trace my way back to the crossroads, sort of autonomously. I pull the handbrake and throw myself out. I vomit like a 16-year-old who just chugged a bottle of cheap vodka. I retch for maybe 5 minutes before I collapsed over the bonnet, and I struggle back into the driver's seat. I drink water and I crack my window. I drive very slowly until my adrenaline rush clears. My heart moves from my throat back to my chest. I drive home, still shaking. And besides that, that's it. I tried my best to draw some pictures, but I'm not an artist. But here they are. And also, if you ever go there for yourself, do so at your own risk. It's Bloodwood Road. Start near the school and move northeast. Go down it. It's not hard. You'll see a T-junction about 6 kilometers down, and both ends split into fire trails as far as I'm aware, and one of them is called Maramara Ridge Trail. A few things happened to me while I was out on X. One of them was recently up in Shoalwater. To the Yanks that have been in the training area, they'll remember the urban facility. It's a little town over about half a square kilometer, made out of Connex and modified shipping containers. It's complete with doors, functioning windows, a realistic-looking marketplace, and even a complex sewer system. It can even be accessed from various buildings and streets around the facility. The water came up to your knees in there and was full of cane toads, snakes, and even a few eels. So that brings us back to 2011 at Talisman Sabre. The enemy party was playing an enemy SF call sign. They would have their chest rig over a bomber jacket with a baseball hat, like all those accessories and all that jazz. So the Blue 4 SF situation has detected elevated radiation levels coming from the sewer. The Blue 4 SF mission is to conduct and coordinate a search by night in order to try and locate the possible radiological threat. So, night falls. I have a pretty good relationship with my platoon sergeant. He walks up and tasks me with patrolling the sewer. He wants me to cap as many people as possible and then die in place. And I was like, man, why are you sending me in the sewer? So I open up the trap door and I climb down the ladder. The water is just below my junk at this stage. It's pitch black and I have no NVG. There's sounds of lapping water. The toads are doing their thing, croaking and stuff. I wade on, rifle up, using my Surefire F88 as a handheld torch. I have a rough idea where I'm going. I reach about the middle of the sewer complex. It's a big room that's shaped like a spider's web. There's connecting tunnels branching off in all directions. The plan was to duck down another tunnel when they started wading through, and then I would conduct a fighting withdrawal for a bit and then I would just die in place. So I lean against a wall, switch off my light, and close my eyes for a bit, listening to the water lapping about. I decide to wait for the sound of choppers. They usually chopper insert when raiding the facility. An hour or so passes. Gradually, the noise from the toads starts to die off. The water is still lapping about though. There's movement around my legs. I flick on my light. There's a metric ton of cane toads swimming every which way trying to climb on me. I raise my rifle a bit and look ahead. More toads are literally climbing and swimming over each other to get away from one particular tunnel. I think, what the hell? I shine my light down the tunnel. The light disappears into darkness. I WTF a little more. I start to hear soft, ragged breathing from the tunnel. I shut off my light and I close my eyes and open my mouth to try and hear better. The ragged breathing continues, definitely not coming from me. I open my eyes. I switch the light back on. The breathing turns into hoarse laughter, like a patient with terminal lung cancer. The laughter increases in volume and ferocity. I begin to hear sloshing, as if something is moving down the tunnel. I call out our army's warning that we use when breaching with friendlies nearby. Our lads and those who have worked with us will know it. It echoes down the tunnel. The sloshing stops. Silence. The toads are still milling around my knees. Suddenly, the voice of my mate repeating the warning back up the tunnel. I exhale a pent-up lungful of air. I'm about to answer back and give him some shit when another voice from a different person in the platoon repeats the warning. Then another, the same warning. Then another bloke. Then more, all different people, some that I don't even recognize. The voices get louder and start overlapping each other, as if they're singing in an out-of-time choir. I'm starting to get a little worried now. The voices abruptly stop, as if someone cut the cord. I'm left in silence again. There's no movement around my feet now. I quickly shine the light down. There's no toads. I bring the rifle up and shine the light down the tunnel again. There's a shape in the light. It's a sickly wet form stooped down in the tunnel. The body is a writhing mass of tendrils with a set of round yellow eyes that keep shifting place like a chameleon. I freeze for only a millisecond. I blink, not believing this at all. It screams in Sarge's voice, "Die in place." I bellow in fright, off the safe, and I dump a mag of blanks into nothing but air. I'm about to turn and bail down the tunnel that I came from. There's rapid sloshing water behind me. It's chasing me. I'm panicking, grunting and screaming, falling over, trying to wade through this water and all the screwed up toads. And then I hear it again. Die in place. I reach the ladder, gasping. I quickly sling my gat and I start yelling out to anyone whilst climbing up. Something grabs my boots and pulls me down. I slam my head into one of the horizontal rungs and I go under the water. I can't see anything, but there's a massive weight pressing down on me. Both legs and an arm are pinned. I feel repetitive blows around my midsection, like something's trying to punch through my rig. I can hear muffled yells from above the surface. I get gripped around the throat and I can't breathe. I unclasp my knife with my free hand. I start desperately slashing and stabbing at anything I can. I thrust into something and I can't get it loose. I start to black out and I lose the grip on my knife. There's light from above the water. I think it's death, like heaven. The weight relinquishes and inverts my knees as it bails off of me down the tunnel. I surface, gasping for air as much as I can. I hear panicked voices and my mates yelling down. There's a sound of rapid moving boots on the ladder. I look up to see my mate grabbing the shoulder of my chest rig, trying to pull me toward the ladder. He's yelling, "Grab the ladder, grab the ladder." So I grab on and climb up as fast as I can behind him. I burst through the trap door. I gag and vomit. Somebody unslings my gat and sits me down. There's chaos going on. Headlamps and torches everywhere. A bit of yelling. Someone tells someone to fetch the medic. There's blood pouring from my forehead. It's soaked through my shirt. My clothes and chest rig are shredded. I'm gasping for air. I'm looking like I'm in pretty rough shape right now. My mates chime in. "We heard your voice, bro. We heard you yelling. When we came near the drain, we heard Sarge tell us to stand down and go to bed. It came from the sewer. Yeah, we opened it up, shone our lights down, and we saw a shape move in the water. And then you surfaced. What the hell, bro?" I'd taken a few lungfuls of air. There's something down there. There's blank stares. One guy makes a joke and says, "Oh, I bet it's a bunyip." They snicker and call me a funny name. They pick me up and dust me off and we walk back to our connexes. I walk around for a bit. Some people are still up milling around, so I decide to try to find out exactly what happened. Apparently the Blue 4 attack was called off during the night due to some kind of OH&S situation in the sewer. Nobody knew I was down there. I try to find the sergeant to ask him what the hell. I politely ask the platoon commander where he is. Sarge was tasked at lunchtime with the Jackie run back in Rocky. He's due to return tomorrow morning. I rack out with an assload of questions and bad feelings. I wake up a few hours later. My knife has been placed right in front of my face on my stretcher. There's a few drops of that stagnant sewer water on the blade. I don't know what the hell's down there, but I'm definitely never going back. So, that was a while, wasn't it? Thank you for watching the video, and if you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe. And if you subscribe, maybe tick the notification bell so you get notified whenever I put up a new video. If you would like to donate to the channel, I have a PayPal and a Patreon in the description below. Super thanks is also really helpful too. Really helps the channel. And I also have an email in the description below as well, if you would like to send in your story. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for pulling up a stump. Follow the 3 H's over these holidays, and stay safe. You never know what's lurking out there.